video. Did you turn that knob down or anything? I didn't touch anything. Welcome to Antioch Speedway on a beautiful Saturday night. We are under mud packing right now. We have the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds mud packing out there on the racetrack. Modifieds have already gone through. We got a lot of race cars here tonight. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Joe Peterson.
And it is a beautiful Saturday in Antioch, California. Thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV.
Yeah, lovely Saturday evening that we're going to have here with some racing. We got our Dwarf cars. We have our IMCA stock cars debuting for the first time this season, as well as our IMCA Northern Sport Mods and our IMCA Modifieds. An action-packed night we have set with, once again, like Wiley said, a lot of cars here tonight this evening. And it's going to be an exciting, raceful night.
I sent him one of my camera.
As we get set, we have the IMCA Northern Sport Mods on track, wheel packing right now. We had some rain over the past few days, but nevertheless, the track is looking magnificent here. As these guys are just packing in and making sure the surface gets right to race on.
Hey, just want to shout out Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair, the best marine repair place around. They're out at 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley. You can give them a call at 925-779-0707. Again, that's Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. They don't work on outboards, though, so don't take an outboard to them, but they do inboards, and a great place to go. And if you tell them you heard it on Antioch Speedway TV, you'll get yourself a 5% discount. So, getting ready. It's almost time, man. It's time to get the boats out and get on the water. So head on out and see our fine friends at Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair, our main sponsor here tonight for all the racing action at Antioch Speedway.
Yeah, and also let's not forget our April 3rd, 2021 Fans Back in the Stands. I repeat, Fans Back in the Stands.
Woohoo!
We're excited about that one, and you can get your tickets or pre-order your tickets on My Race Pass. Good to get you guys back in the stands, back at home here, and having some fun Saturday night evenings with us.
We are under COVID rules, so you will have to be masked up and socially distanced and all that fun stuff. We will have a restriction on the amount, but I guarantee you, I'm willing to bet. I won't say I guarantee, I'm willing to bet you will have yourself My Race Pass and buy your ticket. That's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, also shout out to JVCKenwood.com, JVC Cameras. But man, they sent us a beautiful camera.
Oh, wow. I can't wait.
Thanks for all the help, JVC Kenwood. Check them out if you're looking for a camera. Get on over to their website, JVCKenwood.com is the place to be for those cameras.
And as we talked about the Northern Sport Mods, 27 entries we will have, for this class, 4 heat races, and it looks like we're going to have a B feature for this class as top 3 will transfer out of the heat races into the features tonight. So this is going to be an exciting one for the IMCA Northern Sport Mods, and as well as to announce this is points race number 1 for all divisions racing tonight. Points race number 1 for each division that is racing tonight on the racetrack. Some star-studded talent, as you guys can see on the racetrack. And might I say, some fine-looking race cars as well as some of these paint schemes that these drivers have debuting on the racetrack. One driver I got to talk to earlier During the pit walk was the driver of the 38H, Holland Haley Gomez, as she's debuting that new paint scheme. Wrapped by 1-2 wraps, Josh Combs. Fine looking race car rolling down the front straightaway.
Talked to Haley earlier on the pre-race walk. She was hugging her race car yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Giving it a big old hug right on the front. Sharp looking race car. Man, she had a rough year last year. Started out the year flipping at Stockton, the beginning of the season, then came out here last race of the year here, ended up on the turn 30 wall.
Yeah, that not a good moment. Moments that she would like to forget for sure. As well as her father's car in the 38A, driven by the show, Todd Gomez. Throwing a little blue into his paint scheme. A fine looking race car as well. As we see, is a 4M, a new driver, a rookie driver in the Sport Mod division, is Emily Van Hoff out of Chowchilla, California, in that Shaw race car that she is driving. I believe she driven once last year in the hobby stock division, driving her brother's car, now debuting first time race ready here at Antioch Speedway. The 4M Sport Mod rolling out of turn 4 down the front straightaway. Nice looking piece race car that is.
That time of year when these race cars look sharp, don't they?
Yes, I do. I do. I love seeing them on the racetrack.
Give me a lot of good racing. These Sport Modifieds put on a great show. Track is looking beautiful. Shout out to Deborah Benson, part of our DNF crew. Looking forward to having her and Mike back at the track here soon. Thanks for tuning in. As we get set, the Sport Modifieds doing their mud packing. Coming up next will be the stock cars. Man, I can't wait. The stock cars are always put on a great show. No matter where they're at and how many there are, there is a great show. And we have, what, 16 of them here tonight?
Yes, I do believe so.
So the IMCA stock cars making their...
Or 14, let's say 14 stock cars. Nevertheless, still going to be putting on a fantastic show for us here tonight. As like Wiley said, they do all the time there.
Absolutely, those cars, I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever seen a bad race in the stock car, with the IMCA stock car.
Not at all, not at all.
Put on a great show. Looking forward to them coming out. As that class, not a bad way to start out with 14 on our first night. As more are being built and being purchased and whatnot. So.
Yes, that is correct. Wiley said there is more that are being built, so we will have more throughout the season joining us. Obviously, this is the first points race for the IMCA stock cars, so I know there's some guys that are probably watching the feed that are seeing, you know, how these stock cars play out, but there will be more joining us throughout the season.
And a lot more drivers that are planning on. They haven't even started yet. They're looking forward to it.
Yes.
So. Beautiful Saturday night at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. I am Wiley Wade.
And I am Joe Peterson. And we are your hosts here tonight for Antioch Speedway.
Why am I?
All right, now rolling onto the racetrack as well. As you see these IMCA stock cars that we were just talking about a few moments ago. I believe it looks like we might get set to go with their hot lap session as they roll around the racetrack. As you see in the number 22 back out here, that is Travis Dutra and the 22 machine.
Stepping up from the Dwarf cars and the hobby stocks into a stock car is Travis. And he's fast. That car is fast.
Yes, as well as right behind him, we have out of Fresno, California, in the 13 machine, the Ward machine car. That is Ren Bain. Ren Bain driving the number 13 machine.
We're going to speed him up.
As we see the lights go out.
So you did the 13, so we're going back to the 44 car. That, of course, is Austin Van Hoff out of Chowchilla, California in that 44 car with the very reflective
side
panels on that car. And behind him, the 24 car of Devin Vaughn.
Had some engine trouble the last time we seen him out here last weekend, but here stronger, and hopefully he can have a better running finish this evening. And then right behind him, we have the 87 machine out of Oakley, California. We'll be doing double duty tonight. That is the driver in the 87 machine, Kellen Chadwick. Kellen Chadwick in the 87 stock car machine.
Pulling that double duty. This is the modified and the stock car here tonight. It's going to be fun to watch Kellen work his way up through the field. Battle with these cars. Right now, the track's still a little bit slick, of course.
And as we said, 14 entries for this class. We will have 2 heat races. All cars will transfer to the feature tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV for another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here at Antioch, where we have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the Delta Dwarf cars. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Joe Peterson. And we have some spectacular talent here tonight as well. This is our points race number 1 here for all the divisions racing. And man, we do have an exciting car count as well as some star-studded talent here tonight.
The Sport Modifieds running a B main tonight. 26 cars, or 27 cars, I think, was added here tonight. So a lot of cars. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're looking forward to it. Don't go away. We want to thank you for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Joe, I'm ready for some great racing action.
I'm ready as well, and it looks like we have our stock cars rolling out to the racetrack. So let's get back inside and get to the action.
Stock cars out doing their hot laps.
Yes, we have our group number 2 onto the racetrack. Let's start off with the number 0, that is, out of Hanford, California, and the Hanford towing machine. That is Brock Hamilton making his tow out here. Good to see him racing. And right behind him, we have the, I believe that is the 1JX out of Madera, California, another Central Valley driver. That is Steven Streeter. Steven Streeter out of Madera, California, in the 1JX.
Then we fall back to the 45 car. That is Troy Patty out of Hanford, California. We do have transponders going. If you're on My Race Pass, go ahead and log in, and you can see some race sponders. Behind that, we have the 8G car of Dan Gonerman. That car has been out here the last 2 Saturdays for practices, but Dan has not been driving it. This is his first time driving it here this year, as he had James Thompson behind the wheel for the practice session. So Dan out here in that 8G car.
And then we fall back to the 67 machine out of Atwater, California. That is going to be Michael Shear in that 67 machine, the F&D Motorsports Racing. Nice looking car it is, coming out of turn 2 down the back straightaway. And that's going to be checker flag for this hot lap session. As these stock cars just get around this track nice and gracefully. As Wiley said, the track is still pretty slick and moist. We'll work that in as the races go on.
Had the grader out here about an hour and a half ago, and I was sitting there looking like, man, that's looking dry. And then they came out and put a couple loads of water on it, and it is looking mighty nice out there at the moment.
Yes, it is. Kind of shocked me when I came and I took a look at the racetrack from the previous days that we had the rain. I wasn't for sure how the track was going to take it, but it's looking nice as of right now. Looks like it's going to pack in pretty good. I believe we should have one more stock car session rolling out to the racetrack. We're rolling out to the racetrack in that one machine out of San Jose, California. That is going to be Joe Gallagher. Joe brought that car out. Actually, he didn't bring that car out. He brought a different car out for our January 2nd race and destroyed it. The racetrack was hooked up so much, he actually flipped that car and over in turn number 2 and twisted the frame on it, and he had to build a new car. And he had only had that one for a couple days. So glad to see Joe back out here in that one car. I think you're right. So I'm going to change that story. It was the X car. With Robert Gallagher. As he spins over in turn number 2. As we're talking about it, yes. And jumping ship to the next car, to the 92 machine. Out of Folsom, California. That is Jay Bryant, as he also kind of loops it around. And turns number 2. In that stock car. Nice looking paint scheme as well for that stock car. Jay Bryan is racing out here tonight.
Amazing what you can do with those wraps now.
Yeah.
You can make cars look so nice out on these dirt tracks.
Sure.
Next, we fall back to the 29 car. Coming up off turn number 4, that's C29 of Garrett Korn out of Merced, California. In the C29 going down the front straightaway.
Shannon Pump sponsored machine, Garrett Korn.
Then the Rob Gallagher car.
And yes, in the X, Rob Gallagher, also out of San Jose, California, as it's going to be a green-white for this hot lap session. Here for the stock cars.
The IMCA stock cars getting more and more popular here in the state of California, and we're moving them up here to the northern side of California. A lot of these guys, if you notice, are from down south, but thankfully traveling up here and joining us here at Antioch. If you're not familiar with Antioch Speedway, we are a 3/8-mile semi-high banked oval. Clay oval. We're about 40 miles or so outside of northeast of San Francisco, in the San Francisco Bay Area here at Antioch Speedway. And Contra Costa County is where we're at. We have got, the county has gotten out of the purple tier of COVID craziness, and we're down low enough to where we get to start having fans in the stands coming April 3rd. You don't want to miss it. If you're in the area, make sure you go on to My Race Pass and purchase your tickets for the April 3rd race. We are going racing with fans in the stands for the first time in over a year and a half. I want to say thanks to our big sponsor, Oakley's Stern Drive and Engine Repair out there in Oakley at 6001 Bridgehead Road. They don't do outboard motors, they do the inboard motors, and they are the best marine repair around. You can call them at 925-779-0707. 925-779-0707. And if you mention you heard this on Antioch Speedway TV, they'll give you a 5% discount for saying that you heard it here So head on over with your boat to Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. Also want to say thanks to JVC Cameras. JVCKenwood.com sent us a camera that we're going to be using here at Antioch Speedway. A beautiful camera, and can't wait. The show is going to be amazing through that thing. So if you're looking for a camera, head on over to JVCKenwood.com. Delta Dwarf cars making their way out onto the racetrack for their hot laps session.
Yes, hot lap.
They're coming to a stop on the front straightaway because a big red water truck will win
flying
every time.
As we have our Delta Dwarf cars rolling onto the racetrack, let's start off with the number 88D. Man, these letters and stuff I'm in, they get me. The 88D, that is going to be Travis Day out of Antioch, California, in the yellow 88D machine. I'm sorry, out of Concord, California. And right behind him, looking at the numbers, I believe that is the 36 Double D.
38.
Oh, 38.
That's John Tardif. I owe him an apology. So last week, that big wreck we had down here in turn number 1, over the radio, heard that he had slowed. Something had happened to his car. He slowed, and that's how the pileup started. Well, he has an in-car video he showed, and no, he came upon the wreck. So he called me out on Facebook, and John, I'm getting you back now, buddy. It wasn't John. He just came up on it and got involved. So behind him, we got the 85 Double D. That is Jack Haverty. And ran well last week here.
Yeah, he did. And right behind him, we have the 111R out of Forest Hill, California. That is Tom Van Tile in that 111 machine.
Then we fall back to the 18 Double D. Of course, that's part of the Wagner stable, although not a Wagner-owned car, but part of the Wagner stable of Devin Cameron out of Dublin, California, in that 18 Double D. Good to see him back. He did miss the last race of last year due to getting injured.
I believe that, yeah. And then right behind him, we have the 43 Double D out of Brentwood, California. That is going to be Sean Catucci. Sean Catucci in the 43 machine. Had some trouble last weekend, I believe it looks like. Kind of kept coming on and off the racetrack, but good to see him back here, and hopefully he runs better than he did last weekend.
Delta Dwarf cars, they are the smallest race cars we have here at the racetrack, but they are about third fastest on a
power
overall
to weight ratio, I believe, right?
What's that?
Like power to weight ratio?
Well, the power to weight ratio, but just the overall speed. It kind of depends on the night. Sometimes being we don't have the late models, we can't count them. Late models aren't here. But the modified sometimes are faster. It depends on the night. But lots of times the Delta Dwarf cars are faster than the modifieds even. These cars fly. They weigh less than 1,000 pounds and have good horsepower. And these are purpose-built race cars, and they fly.
All right, hot lap session number 2 for these guys rolling onto the racetrack in the 21 Double D. I'm sorry, looking at my notes. That is going to be Scott Dahlgren. Scott Dahlgren out of Belico, California, and the 21 Double D.
Scott, a former champion.
Yes.
2 years ago here at Antioch Speedway in the Dwarf cars.
And right behind him, out of Antioch, California, in that 812 Double D, that is going to be Chance Russell. Chance Russell in that white and blue Dwarf car.
Behind him, we got the 00 Double D. That is Butch Mike Casaro, a past champion here at Antioch Speedway. And behind him, we will have the 68 car of Dynamite Dave Rosa in the 68 Double D.
And right behind him, we have his son in the 2 Double D. That is David Michael Rosa out of Antioch, California, coming off a top 5 finish last week for David Michael. It was funny because he actually kind of messaged me, and he didn't even know where he had finished at. I had to give him his results, and coming off a top 5 finish for David. Congrats on that.
Behind him, the 31 Double D, that's Ellie Russo out of Bay Point, California, taking home her first main event win about a month ago down in Arizona. But the cool thing about that, it was a national event.
Yeah, down at Coca-Paw.
So good for her. Now, if you're wondering, why do they keep saying double Ds? Why do they all have double Ds? Well, the double Ds, the Dwarf cars run in clubs. And Antioch didn't have a club, an official club, and they started one. Danny Wagner and a bunch of them got together and started the Delta Dwarf Car Association last year. And so that's why you see the double D, Delta Dwarf. There's some cars out here that'll have N after their number, and that's the NorCal Dwarf Car Association. The E is for Ventura, B is for Bay Area Dwarf Cars. That's basically out of the South Bay. And then the R is for Redwood City Dwarf Car. They run primarily up in Petaluma. So that's what's going on with the letters. And with that, the 47 Double D is coming out. Mario Marquez out of Tracy, California is there. And then Danny Wagner, who did not race last week. He was playing owner or crew chief last week, but he's out here this week in the 11 Double D. Multiple-time champion here at Antioch Speedway.
And right behind him in the 40 machine out of Pleasanton, California, we have Kevin Moralio. Kevin Moralio in that 40 car.
A multiple-time national champion, or national event winner in the veteran division.
Okay.
And he actually, if I remember correctly, finished as the national champion last year.
And then right behind him in the 36 Double D out of California, we have Dennis Gilcrease. Dennis Gilcrease, and why I say I don't understand. I love the paint scheme of that race car. Just some reason for that machine looks very nice.
Next, we fall back to Bob. I was told to call him Bob. That's Roberto Monroy in the 7XL Double D, but just calling him Bob tonight. I guess there's an inside joke on that.
Yeah, they told me that when I walked into the gate as well.
Yeah,
so
to call him Bob. So there's Bob. Oh, maybe it's the Minions. Bob and the Minions.
Oh, I see. I don't know. I've never. Yeah.
That's going to do it for this group of Delta Dwarf cars. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV, and glad to have you here as the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds roll out for their hot lap sessions.
Yes, as we get started, rolling out leading the charge is going to be the number 3C. That is Chris Falkenberg out of Atwater, California. Or I'm sorry, Merced, California, Chris Falkenberg. And right behind him, we have the, can't really see the, I believe that is the
That's
90,
52.
52, right? 52
yep,
or
52.
92? 52 machine. And that is going to be driven by Jason Ryan Jr. out of Oakley, California.
Behind him, the 112, that's Chuck Golden. That 112 car, new body on that car, looking really nice this year. And then we fall back to the 96M of Jim DiGiovanni in that 96M out of Morgan Hill, California.
And then coming in right behind him, we have the 27X machine out of Merced, California. That is going to be Dwayne Short. And right behind him, we have the 8 machine, Aaron Farrell out of Atascadero. Yes, Atascadero, California.
Then we fall back to the 22S. That's Scott Foster out of Oakley, California. And he's pushing up the hill almost into the fence in turn number 4. Straightens it back out.
I want to make a correction on that is, I'm not sure, yes, Atascadero, California. Oh, Scott Foster pushes up towards the wall almost. Gathers it back together.
Beautiful Saturday for racing action here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget, coming up next week, we're continuing on with the racing. That's right, you don't want to miss it. It will have the Wing 360 Sprint cars here. We'll have the hobby stocks, the mini stocks make their season debut, and the super stocks will all be here next Saturday night, March 27th, 2021. And then the following week, I cannot wait, fans in the stands, for the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the Dwarf Cars.
Whoa,
in 2 weeks.
For them. Rolling on to the racetrack is group number 2 for the IMCA Northern Sport Mods. And we talked about this driver earlier in the 4M out of Chowchilla, California. That is Emily Van Hoff in the 4M machine. And rolling in right behind her, that is going to be the 33P out of Merced, California. That is going to be Gavin Espino in the 33P machine.
Then we fall back. Uh-oh. Then we fall back to the 51 car of Jason Bannister out of Bakersfield, California, hauling up from down south. And behind him, it is the...
I believe that is the...
It's a 151 of Tyler Bannister out of Bakersfield, California. One car turns around. That's the 51. Sitting backwards over there in turn number 1 and 2 of Jason Bannister. Just talked about him.
And then continuing with the lineup with the number 97, the second time on the racetrack, second time racing in the sport mod, is going to be the Squirrel, Bree Troen. And was right behind her was the Iceman. And then the 12 machine, 2019 IMCA track champion here at Antioch Speedway, Tommy Frazier out of Antioch, California.
Then behind him, it's the 15P of Mr. Smooth, Andrew Pierce.
Yeah, as we go back green for this hot lap session. As we said earlier, our IMCA Northern Sport Mods with the biggest car count here tonight. 27 entries in this class. We'll have 4 heat races. Top 3 will transfer into the feature tonight.
Always fun when you have a B main.
Oh yeah, always.
White flag is out. Bree Troen going down front stretch, coming through turns 1 and 2. She's getting more comfortable with that race car. Talked to her after the race last week, and she was real nervous going into it. And after she got her first night of racing in, she felt much better.
Yeah, it looks like she's getting real acquainted with that race car.
As this group is finishing up, getting ready to go to group number 2.
And it looks like group number 2 rolling out into the racetrack. Leading the charge is going to be the driver of the 11 machine out of Antioch, California. That is going to be Joey Ferguson, making his debut race here in that red and white GRT race car. And right behind him, we have the number 10 machine out of Antioch, California. That is going to be Guy Allward, 2019 IMCA state champion here in California.
Then we fall back to the 76. That, of course, is Mark Garner out of Antioch, California, in that 76 car. Then the 325 of Tyler Brown out of Oakley, California.
Yes, and as the green flag waves, we have the number 38 out of Tracy, California. That is going to be Casey Keller. Casey Keller down the back straightaway, as you see in that all-white, red, and black machine.
A little different look to that this year.
Yeah. And then right behind him, we have the 17B out of Oakley, California. That is going to be Kevin Brown. Kevin Brown, that 17B machine.
6-car Dylan Connolly. Down on the low side, rookie flag coming out the back of that. Getting passed right now by the 11 of Joe Ferguson, which is where I believe we started at. So that's the field here for this hot lap session. Next group coming out, we got the 19C, Tommy Klimans Jr. Next one out. in the 19C. He is out of Oakley, California. Behind him, it is the 2C, our 2020 IMCA Northern Sports Modified Track Champion, Trevor Climans, out of Brentwood, California.
And rolling in right behind him is a 38H of Holland Haley Gomez and that 38H Shaw race car. And right behind her is going to be her dad in the 38A, the show, Todd Gomez. The new paint scheme as he leaves the racetrack.
Jacob Mallet Jr. comes next out of Oakley, California in the 127, and Fast Friday Ryland in the 7J out of Brentwood, winner last week here at Antioch Speedway.
Yes, Fred Ryland. Fred will be one of our star guests on the Hammer podcast coming out next week for you guys. Sit down and have a few questions with Fred and talk about his racing accomplishments and everything. And it looks like we are going to get set, I believe, for our IMCA Modifieds. That should be, yes, IMCA Modifieds rolling out into the racetrack. 21 entries. We will have 3 heat races. All the cars will transfer into the feature tonight. We'll have a 21-car main event. On the racetrack right now is the 28 machine, the 28G. Out of Vacaville, California. That is Randy Schaefer. Randy Schaefer in the 28G machine. And right behind him, we have the 21JD out of Vallejo, California. That is going to be Jake Dewsbury. Jake Dewsbury in the 2JD machine.
Nice to see Jake out here tonight in that 2JD. Behind him, the 22G of Clark Guglielmone out of Vacaville, California in that 22G. And then the B4 of Bobby Montalvo out of Hercules, California.
Yes, and right behind him we have the 92 machine out of Gold, California. That is going to be Dylan Schreiner, one of our co-hosts as well, media guy on the Hammer podcast, out here debuting his new victory circle race car. And right behind him, we have the 17 machine out of Martinez, California. That is going to be quick Nick DiCarlo.
Smoke coming out of that car through the turns right now.
Yeah, a little smoke. Oh, and
he gets together with Bobby Montalvo.
Yeah.
U81 comes next. Bobby Motts out of San Pablo, California. That's your field of cars for this hot lap session. So heat race is about to start off with Dwarf cars, the IMCA stock cars, the sport mods, and the A mods will be the order of the day. Looking forward to some great racing action, but first we got some more hot laps going on.
Oh yes, we have the 30 machine rolling out into the racetrack. Looking for the 30-30. That is going to be driven by Matt Haggio in the 30 machine. Actually, I do not. That's 14.8. Okay.
So Matthew Haggio, a different number. Normally you'll see on my race pass is 14H. He's actually driving a 30 car.
Yep. And he's out of Prunedale, California. And then right behind him, we have the 49 machine, last year's track champion here out of Oakley, California. That is going to be Ricky Joy Folger in that 49 DRT race car. then right behind him in the 55D machine out of Hayward, California, that is going to be Danny Malfatti.
Nice to see Danny here tonight. Haven't seen him in a few races. Behind him is the 80 car of John Pierce out of San Jose, California. John out of San Jose, the 80P. Then 83 car. Doing double duty tonight out of Oakley, California. That's Kellen Chadwick driving the white 83 car.
And then in the 03 down the back straightaway out of Vacaville, California, that is going to be Kimo Oretta. Kimo Oretta in that 03 machine. And then right behind him out of Santa Maria, California, in that 71 machine, that is going to be Dylan Thornton. Dylan Thornton driving the 71 machine, normally driven by Bill Wilker. We have Dylan Thornton in the 71 machine here tonight. And as we speaking about the 71 machine, he does lay down the fastest time here in hot laps. Top of the leaderboard here tonight. If you are looking on My Race Pass and you're just curious.
If you don't have My Race Pass, head on over to myracepass.com. And it's a free thing.
Yes.
Some of the extras, there are extras that you have to pay for, but at least the basic one is free.
And now is through hot lap session number 3 as we see the number 19K out of Oakley, California. That is Buddy Niss. Buddy Niss, the 2018 modified track champion here. And right behind him, we have the 88P out of Antioch, California. That's going to be the Bullet, Carl Berenson, in that 88P machine out of Antioch, California. Rolling in right behind him, we have the number 2 machine out of Salinas. That's going to be driven by Bobby Holt IV in that red GRT race car. And right behind him, we have the 29C machine. That is driven by the crazy man, Aaron Crow, out of Oakley, California as well, also in the GRT race car. Going down the lineup, we have the 28K. That is driven by Chet Niss.
Nope, actually tonight it's actually the 128.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the 128, yes.
It was on loan tonight.
Also on track, we had the number 6 machine out of Prunedale, California. That is Jim Pettit II. Jim Pettit in that yellow 6 machine. As well as we had the 42 all the way from Crosswell, Oregon in the 42 machine. That is Paul Cope. Paul Cope in the 42 machine.
Tyler Brown in the 128 tonight. Chester Niss's normal ride. Okay, just hearing actually sold him the race car. So that is no longer Chester's car. Getting set for racing action coming up. Live timing and scoring up on My Race Pass. $79 cars here in total.
All right.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to our title sponsor for tonight, the Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. They are located at 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley. They are the best marine repair shop around. You want to head on over there. Give them a call at 925-779-0707. That's 925-779-0707 for Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. And if you tell them you heard it here on Antioch Speedway TV, they'll give you 5% discount just for saying that. So head on over to Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. They don't do outboards, just so you know. They only do the inboard stuff, but great place to go for your boat needs. Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. Also want to say thanks and a shout out to JVC Kenwood, providing Antioch Speedway TV with cameras. So if you're looking for a camera, definitely head on over to jvckenwood.com, jvckenwood.com. For all your camera needs, that is the place to be. Where am I finding live timing and scoring again?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you hit live. You hit timing. Oh, it is? Okay. Well, yeah, because I'm looking at mine on my phone, that's why, so it might be different.
Well, I should be with you. I got one you have, right?
No, because mine goes into orbits, and you don't have the orbits.
Orbits?
I'm good.
I'm not sure I want orbits. With that, heat race number one getting ready to roll off. Delta Dwarf Cars. Danny Wagner. What a place to start for him on the point. 11 Double D out of Bay Point, California, outside the front row. Past champion out of Tracy, California to 00, Mike Casaro.
And in your second row in the 7XL is going to be Bob, or Roberto Monroe, out of Antioch, California. And to his outside in the 31 Double D, that is going to be Ellie Russo out of Bay Point, California.
Row number 3, the 2 Double D of David Michael Rosa on the inside out of Antioch, California. And to his outside out of Balico, California, the 21 Double D. That's Scott Dahlgreen.
All right, as they set him slow down the back straightaway, looks like lights are going to be out. We're going to get set to get these guys rolling. First heat race of the night as we get set to see the green flag as they come out of turn 4. Green flag is out, and we are underway here for the Delta Dwarf cars. Going already into turn number 1 is going to be Danny Wagner is going to lead the charge down the back straightaway over Mike Casaro. David Michael Rosa sits in that third place position as he goes down low. He looks on the inside of Casaro. Nothing doing. Danny Wagner's going to lead lap number 1.
Down in front straightaway into turn number 1. Mike Casaro has David Michael Rosa on his rear bumper, but then Rosa dives underneath, coming off turn number 2, down the back straightaway, side by side into turn number 3. David Michael Rosa gets a little loose. Mike Casaro pushes up the hill. Danny Wagner at the line, but David Michael Rosa has the second spot as Casaro fights back on the high side.
Yes, he fights back on the high side, but it looks like David Michael is going to have the chart. He's going to have second place down the back straightaway. Your best battle on the racetrack right now is for that second and third place position, as it looks like our leader, Danny Wagner, is running away. He's in a different zip code as of right now.
Coming down the back straightaway last time, David Michael Rosa locked up that left front wheel. Still a slick racetrack there on the inside, but he is pulling away ever so slightly over Mike Casaro. Not really losing much ground to Danny Wagner, but not making up any ground either. And here comes Scott Dahlgreen. He's setting his sights on. He wants that third spot away from Mike Casaro coming up off turn number 2.
Yeah, it's a close battle now for third and fourth place position as the 21 machine is gaining on Casaro, and he looks to the inside as they're going to do battle down the front straightaway. He might have some for him going into turn 1. They both run that same high side line as they go down the back straightaway. He's stalking the rear end of the 00 now, going into 3. He's got a diamond in the corner, looking to the inside. Still nothing new for Casaro.
Lap and a half to go. Mike Casaro on the high side. Here comes Scott Dahlgreen down on the low side. They touch coming up off turn number 2. Dahlgreen has a spot. Casaro had trouble coming up off the exit. Danny Wagner sees a white flag at the line. David Michael Rosa is catching him as Scott Dahlgreen has cleared Mike Casaro. But coming up off turn number 2, our leader with Rosa, 5 car lengths back.
And going into 3, coming out of 4, David Michael's not going to have enough. Danny Wagner's going to take heat race number 1 over David Michael Rosa. Third is going to go to the 21 machine of Scott Dahlgreen. Fourth is going to go to Mike Casaro. And rounding out your top 5 is going to be the 31 machine of Ellie Russo. So your winner of heat race number 1 for the Delta Dwarf cars is going to be Danny Wagner.
Wagner last lap of 15.99 on the stopwatch, 84.428 is what I had on my stopwatch. Heat race number 2 coming out, Mario Marquez in the 47 car out of Tracy, California, starting on the point. 2 is outside, Kevin Moralio out of Pleasanton, California in the 40 car.
And in your second row is going to be the 812 Double D out of Antioch, California. That is going to be Chance Russell. And to his outside in the 43 Double D machine out of Brentwood, California, that is going to be Sean Catucci.
Devin Cameron starts inside row number 3 out of Dublin, California in that 18 Double D. And to his outside, John Tardif out of Vacaville, California in the 38 Double D. As we wait for the cars to roll off, a beautiful Saturday for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Last week, I remember, it got really cold at night, creating a lot of horsepower, of course. But it's supposed to get a little chillier tonight as well, but that's okay. We're going to have a lot of fun on this beautiful Saturday. Thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV for another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing. Look forward to having you here in 2 weeks. That's right, on April 3rd. April 3rd, we are having fans in the stands. You have to head on over to My Race Pass and buy them ahead of time. You can't buy them at the gate, folks. You have to buy them ahead of time. So head on over to My Race Pass and get your tickets for April 3rd. Waiting for
Heat race number 2 to roll out.
Here it comes. Again, starting on the front row, Mario Marquez and Kevin Moralio. Row 2, Chance Russell and Sean Catucci. Row 3, Devin Cameron, John Tardif coming around to the green flag. First time by, should be.
That's fabulous. Bob gives him the 1 to go signal. We will go green next time by. As we get set. And I'm not sure our lineup is exactly correct. They may have switched a little bit.
47 Mario Marquez drops to the rear, puts Chance Russell and Devin Cameron up 1 spot. Is how that works. Moves that inside line up.
And as we get set, heat race number 2 rolls around. Green flag is out for heat race number 2. As Chance Russell and Kevin Moralio do battle down the front straightaway. Coming out of turn 2, it's going to be Moralio is going to have the lead over Chance Russell. Here comes Sean Catucci in the inside. Oh, and he slides up the racetrack. But Moralio is going to lead lap number 1 across the line. Chance Russell second.
Sean Catucci in that 3rd spot, but here comes Devin Cameron looking to the outside, but he slipped up in the middle of the turn, and Sean Catucci now looking underneath Chance Russell, but here comes Cameron. He dive bombs into turn number 3 and passes Sean Catucci, put him into the 3rd spot.
Yes, Devin Cameron is rolling around this racetrack as he sets his sights on the 812 of Chance Russell now. Wants a new battle as Moralio is trying to run away with this heat race. As we have the best battle on racetrack is for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. As Sean Catucci wants to get back into this fight. As here comes Cameron down the inside, down the back straightaway as he gets by Russell.
That happened on the entrance of turn number 1. Russell drove into the turn straight, pushed right up the hill, and that opened up the door for Cameron to get underneath him and take that 2nd spot.
Yes, Chance Russell and Cameron almost get together. Cameron gets on the brakes. That could have been bad for both of them. As now Sean Catucci looks into the inside of Russell. They're going to drag down the front straightaway. Oh, and in the inside of 1.
Cameron gets loose off turn number 2.
And that's going to give Catucci the 3rd place position. Now he's going to set his sights on Cameron. As I said, this is the best battle on the racetrack as of right now. 2 laps to go for Kevin Moralio. He has a straightaways lead over Devin Cameron.
Watching that battle for 2nd into turn number 3. Devin Cameron has it. Sean Catucci trying to catch him, but now he's getting a lot of effort from behind by Chance Russell. As that battle goes down into turn number 1. Side by side in the middle of turn number 1. But Sean Catucci closes the door. Coming up off turn number 4, Kevin Moralio with the checkered flag takes home the win.
Kevin Moralio taking home the win. Devin Cameraman is going to be second. Sean Catucci third. Chance Russell fourth. And it looks like
John Tarda fifth and Bob
John Tarda
sixth.
is going to be fifth, yeah.
Last lap of 15:86 on my stopwatch on my race pass of 15:94 for Kevin Moralio. That's going to do it for heat race number 2 as they're leading off the racetrack. Heat race number 3 looks like this. The 85 Double D. That's Jack Haverty starting on the point to his outside. Dynamite Dave Rosa out of Antioch, California in that 68 car.
And in your second row is going to be the 111R out of Forest Hill, California. That is going to be Tom Van Tile. And to his outside out of Concord, California in the 88 Double D. Last year's track champion here is going to be Travis Day.
And then Dennis Gilcrease rounds out the field in that 36 Double D. Wagner Racing, another one of those cars out of the Wagner Racing stables, not owned by Wagner, but it's kind of weird how they do that. I've heard Danny has at times had up to like 11 cars at his race shop.
Yeah, I just seen, man, just walking through the pits and you just see all those cars lined up. It's pretty insane. But they got a good fast program, and they're led by a top talent in Danny Wagner. As we get set, the final heat race for the Delta Dwarf cars goes green. Jumping out to the early lead is going to be Jack Haverty as he jumps out to the early lead over Dynamite David Rosa. And here comes Travis Day down the back straightaway on the inside. He's going to pull back a little bit. Oh, and he slips up. He slips up, and that stalls the 36 machine of Dennis Gilcrease. Jack Haverty still leading down the back straightaway. And the 111, he swoops it around and keeps it going.
Haverty up off turn number 4 down the front straightaway. He's got about a half a straightaway lead over Dynamite Dave Rosa, who's a half a straightaway in front of the 88 of Travis Day, who's a half a straightaway in front of Dennis Gilcrease, who's a full straightaway behind the Tom Van Tile.
Yeah, it looks like we have a little power going on here, huh?
16-second lap that time by for Jack Haverty, 16.029.
As he's starting to pull, and he may encounter lap traffic in the 111 machine as he's ripping around the racetrack. And it seems like Dynamite David Rosa is slowing down the front straightaway. He's going to give up that second place position.
Something wrong with that 68 car. Man, he just has some bad luck.
Yeah.
He really does. The last year or so, he has just had nothing but bad luck, it seems like. So hopefully they can figure out what the issue is. The car's running, but not running very strong.
Yeah,
our leader gets sideways in turn number 1. He gathers it back up. Second place, Travis Day, not close enough to make a move. He's a full straightaway back, but our leader about spun out of the lead, coming around. 2 to go this time by.
Yeah, 2 to go as we see Rosa pulls into the infield, but still Jack Haverty, nothing in front of him. He could possibly wrap up this race here as he's going to be seeing the white flag coming down the front straightaway. And it looks like we have a battle for that second place position between Travis Day and Dennis Gilcrease as Day slides up the racetrack. Gilcrease on the bottom. Checker flag's going to wave for Jack Haverty. He wins heat race number 3. Second is going to go to Travis Day across the line. Dennis Gilcrease is going to finish third. And fourth is going to go to the 111 machine of Tom Van Tile.
Actually, Tom's going to be third because Dennis is a lap down.
Oh, yes, actually. My mistake.
Well, actually, I mean, he spun over there. We got to ask. He's third. I'm sorry.
Yes, timing and scoring shows that the 111 of Tom Van Tile will be scored as third.
36 did get it. He doesn't have a transponder. Is the issue. All right, 1690 on the stopwatch, 79.882 miles an hour last time by. With that, we're going stock car racing. IMCA stock cars with Dan Gonerman starting on the point in the 8G out of Antioch, California, to his outside, Rob Gallagher in the X car out of San Jose, California.
And in your second row in the 1 machine out of San Jose, California, that's going to be Joe Gallagher. And to his outside in the 0 machine out of Hanford, California, is going to be Brock Hamilton.
Row number 3, the 1JX of Steven Streeter out of Madera, California, and the C29 of Garrett Korn out of Merced, California.
And in your fourth and final row is going to be the 45 out of Hanford, California. That is going to be Troy Patty.
Got your starting lineup for heat number 1 for the IMCA stock cars.
As we get set, 14 entries for our IMCA stock car class, 2 heat races. All cars will transfer to the feature tonight, this evening. As the flagman does show them the 1 to go signal around the racetrack. Lights are out as they roll down the back straightaway. Gonnerman, Gonnerman and Hamilton, your front row. As we get set. And green flag is out for the stock cars.
First time Gonnerman running that car under anger conditions. Gets down to turn number 1, loses the lead to the 0 car of Brock Hamilton. Falls in line in second. Here comes the 1 car of Joe Gallagher in that 3rd spot. Coming up off turn number 4 down the front straightaway. It is the 0 car, Brock Hamilton out of Hanford, California with the lead. Here comes Dan Gonnerman, but he's got, the Joe Gallagher car was underneath him. Suddenly that car shot up the hill in a hurry. He gouts it back up, stays in the 3rd spot. Coming up off turn number 4, 2 down, 6 to go.
Yes, Brock Hamilton leading the charge. Dan Gonnerman holding his own there in second with pressure from the 1 machine of Gallagher. And now here comes in that 4th place position, the C29 of Garrett Korn. And once again, Gallagher gives Gonnerman a little nudge in the left rear, let him know, hey, bud, I'm there. As Gonnerman still rolls up that high position, that allows Joe Gallagher to get a run down the back straightaway. Gallagher looks in the inside once again. No, he's not going to let him have it. Gonnerman still holding on to that 2nd place position. Here comes Korn for that 3rd place position now.
Down the back stretch is the leaders, and the battle for second continues into turn number 3. Gonnerman, Gallagher, side by side into turn number 3, and that 4th place car is right on their bumper as well of Garrett Korn. Throw a blanket over those 3 for the battle of second. Side by side up turn number 2. Joe Gallagher into Dan Gonnerman. Down the back straightaway into turn 3. Gallagher has a slight advantage, pushes up the hill. He touches with Gonnerman 3 wide off turn number 4 for that battle for second.
The battle for second, Garrett Korn from 4th to 2nd. Wow, what a move for Garrett Korn as Gallagher and Gonnerman battle for that 2nd place position. Now that allows Korn to get by both of them, and they're still doing battle, Gonnerman and Gallagher, as the white flag is out. Brock Hamilton is still your leader.
Hamilton down into turn number 3, coming around to the checkered flag. The front end of that car looks like a Camaro front end. Coming up off turn number 4 and crosses the line. He wins. Brock Hamilton with the win. 2nd is Garrett Korn. 3rd, Dan Gonnerman. 4th, Joe Gallagher. 5th is going to be the car of
the 45 machine of Troy Patty rounding out your top 5.
6th is going to be Rob Gallagher. 7th will be Streeter.
Wow, what a heat race we had for these IMCA stock cars debuting here at Antioch Speedway.
Heat race number 2 looking like this. Austin Van Hoff on the point. He's out of Chowchilla, California. To his outside, Travis Dutra out of Martinez, California in a 22 car.
And in your 2nd row, we have the 67 machine out of Atwater, California. That's going to be Michael Shear. And to his outside in the 87 machine out of Oakley, California, pulling double duty today is going to be Kellen Chadwick.
Jay Bryant starting inside row number 3 out of Folsom, California. He's driving a 92 car. To his outside, it is Renee Bain out of Fresno, California in a 13 car.
And in your 4th and final row, driving the 24 machine out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Devin Vaughn.
Looking for another exciting 8-lap heat race for these IMCA stock cars.
This has my blood going.
Give them the 1 to go signal again. Those stock cars, man, they just don't put on a bad show. All these metric body styles. Jay Bryant at one of those oddballs with the body style that he has. Not the normal Monte Carlo style that most have from the mid-'80s.
Yeah, and also for you fans listening to the live feed, if you can only just hear these cars as they go by, I mean, they have that roar that's just something else. As I believe the lights are out, these guys are going to see the green flag heat race number 2 get set. As we see, green flag is out, and jumping up to the early lead is going to be Travis Dutra, going into 1. Behind him, Austin Van Hoff, Kellen Chadwick. Oh, it looks like he was about to lose it, but he catches it. He sits in that 3rd place position. As, Dutra slides up the racetrack, still holding on to that lead.
Opens up the door for Van Hoff. He looks underneath going down the front straightaway, but falls back in line going into turn number 1. That 22 car, our leader, pushing up just a little bit in the center of the turn. He goes down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Austin Van Hoff 2nd. Kellen Chadwick in the 3rd spot. Ren Bain in the 4th spot. And 5th is Jay Bryant. 6th is 67 of Michael Shear. And in the back of the pack, the 24 car of Devin Vaughn.
Yes, and as we've seen Kellen Chadwick get by the Austin Van Hoff machine coming out of 4, and now he sets his sights on your leader, Travis Dutra.
Kellen Chadwick, one who knows how to wheel a race car around this place, that's for sure. Again, Dutra pushing up in the center of the turn, opens up the door. Kellen Chadwick to his inside, side by side, down the back straightaway to turn number 3. Here they come. Dutra pushes up in the center of the turn once again. Kellen Chadwick not able to take advantage. Dutra gets the lead fully going it on the front straightaway.
Yes, and Kellen Chadwick once again down the inside. He comes up quick, and he's going to be your new leader going into 3. Yes, he completes a slide job over Travis Dutra. Your new leader across the line is going to be the 87 machine of Kellen Chadwick.
Austin Van Hoff tries to take him, follow him through, coming up about 4, so that battle is now for 2nd. Again, Dutra having all kinds of trouble in the middle of 1 and 2, and that costs him 2 spots that time as Austin Van Hoff and Ren Bain gets by him. 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I don't know what. It looks like the Travis Dutra is losing handling on that 22 machine. Let's see, it looks one more time. This time it looks solid coming out of 2. But nevertheless, your leader is going to see the white flag, Kellen Chadwick, in that 87 machine.
Chadwick down the front straightaway to turn number 1 with the lead. He's got about 2.5 car lengths over Austin Van Hoff. Van Hoff trying to make up some ground, but actually losing a little bit of ground coming up off turn number 2 that time. Chadwick making his IMCA stock car debut and taking home the win in heat race number 2 with Austin Van Hoff finishing 2nd. 3rd is Renton Bain. 4th is going to be Travis Dutra after leading the first half of this race. And 5th will be Jay Bryant. 6th will be the 67 of Michael Shear, and 7th the 24 of Devin Vaughn.
Yeah, what a heat race by Kellen Chadwick. And it looks like we are going to get set to go. Next will be our IMCA Northern Sport Mods, 27 entries. We will have 4 heat races. Top 3, once again, like I said earlier, will advance to the feature tonight.
We're gonna pack the top of the track for a couple laps here, so we got a minute. So Fast Freddy Ryland, winner last week, gets to start on the point. He's out of Brentwood, California for heat race number 1. To his outside will be Kevin Brown out of Oakley, California.
And in the 2nd row, in the 76 machine out of Antioch, California, he kind of caught me on the name saying last time, Mark Gardner out of Antioch, California in the 76 machine. And to his outside is going to be the 112 machine out of Pittsburgh, California, Chuck Crash Golden.
Okay, we got to think back to the last race of last year, where there was a little bit of issue between the 76 of Mark Gardner and the 112 of Chuck Golden. Ended up some shall we say, some intentional door banging.
Oh,
I'm going to put it very nicely.
Let's leave it.
We'll leave it at that. Let's see what happens. They're starting side by side in row number 2. All right, row 3. It is Mr. Smooth, Andrew Pierce out of Oakley, California in the 15P. To his outside, the 3C of Chris Falkenberg out of Merced, California.
And in your 4th and final row, in the 12 machine out of Antioch, California, there's going to be the Iceman, Tommy Frazier.
Hey, do you have yourself a boat? Well, the best marine repair shop around is Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair out there in Oakley at 6001 Bridgehead Road. Head on out. If you mentioned you heard this on Antioch Speedway TV, you get a 5% discount just for saying that you heard it on Antioch Speedway TV. They are our main sponsor here tonight, Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. They do not do outboards, just so you know, but that is a place to go. Also want to say thanks to JVC Kenwood for providing Antioch Speedway TV with a beautiful camera. I cannot believe how nice this camera is. And if you're looking for a camera of any kind, head on over to their website. That's jvckenwood.com, jvckenwood.com for all your camera needs. All right, we got a good field, strong field of IMCA Sport Modifieds in this here. We got a couple past champions and multiple time race winners and just all kinds. A young man that will be a champion in the not too distant future in Andrew Pierce, all in this heat race. So
yeah, when I walked into the pits and I just seen all the talent, all the cars, man, I was excited for tonight. And then, like I said, this is just heat race number 1 of 4. We haven't even gotten to our Bs or our mains, so stay tuned if you're watching on Antioch Speedway TV. It's going to be good tonight.
So if you have My Race Pass and you have the live timing and scoring, they actually have the top 3 transfer. They have the transfer line on there. You can follow along on that on My Race Pass on your phone. Just head on over to your app store and download My Race Pass if you don't have it yet, or you can go on to myracepass.com. Now, live timing and scoring is an added feature, so that's not one of the freebie parts, but it's well worth it. Coming around, going to give him the 1 to go signal this time by, I do believe, Magic Bob with the magic green flag about to be displayed. Maybe not.
No
Might
go
be doing
for
it
that
again.
one. Yeah.
And yes, Bob has a guest up there. Bob's going to be off for a short time due to some personal stuff. So he's got a gentleman that has been a flagman for a long time and will be filling in for Fabulous Bob for after next week, starting in April. We will be happening. So lights still on. See if they get the magic green flag this next time by. Give him the 1 to go signal down there. I think that's Larry down there in turn. No, Larry's over at the tow truck. Side by side, Fast Freddie Ryland, Kevin Brown, row 2, Mark Garner, Chuck Golden, row 3, Andrew Pierce, Chris Falkenberg, and at the back of the pack, past champion Tommy Frazier out of Antioch, California. One of the guys I always have to try to get. He doesn't like being on the camera.
Oh, the Iceman.
The Iceman, yeah.
All right, as we get set, heat race number 1 for the Sport Mods rolling through, coming to 4, as they're going to see the green, and green flag is out for the Sport Mods. Oh, jumping out to the early lead. It looks like it's going to be the 17B. Yes, it is. Down the back straightaway. That's going to be Kevin Brown leading Fred Ryland down the back straightaway.
Talked to Kevin Brown earlier tonight, and he talked about last week how he kept carrying wheeling. And if you notice down in turn number 1, that first time through and doing it again, he's carrying that left front wheel through the turn, so only driving on 3 wheels. But right now, Fast Freddy's down on the low side. Kevin Brown on the high side. Freddie gets around him. Kevin Brown slips up a little bit. Andrew Pierce spins, or half spins in turn number 3, gets helped out by Falkenberg. Gets into the side of him, straightens him out. But he's now at the back of the pack. But up front, Fast Freddie Ryland is our leader.
And that's going to bring out a yellow, it looks like.
Debris down on the front straightaway.
Yes.
Andrew's TV panel from the back of the car.
Now, we said earlier, remember, top 3 do transfer out of the heat races. So as of right now, Mark Gardner would be the last transfer car the last transfer to make it to the feature tonight.
Our 3 transfer cars, Fast Freddie, Kevin Brown, and Mark Garner.
Yes, everybody else would have to go into a B main if the heat race were to end as of now.
Chuck Golden on the outside looking in the 4th spot with Tommy Frazier, Andrew Pierce, and Chris Falkenberg.
And it looks like a rear deck panel, I believe, off of the 15. Yes, it is. Rear deck panel off of the 15 machine, carried across the racetrack. And we are going to get set. Lights out. We're going to get set to go green after that yellow in the heat race. The caution in this heat race. Green flag is out.
We do what's called a Texas-style restart. The leader gets the front row to himself. Kevin Brown pushes up the hill, loses 2 spots, going down in the front straightaway into turn number 1. Here comes the Iceman Tommy Frazier underneath Garner. Garner pushes up in turn number 3.
Oh, and it looks like
he's almost into the wall. He falls all the way back to the pack out of the transfer spot. Looking for a yellow flag. Yellow light comes on.
Yeah.
Due to Mark Garner coming to a stop in turn number 4.
Now, I'm not sure if him and Frazier got into it, or did it look like Mark Garner just shut down kind of going into turn 3 Take
Taking a look at the screen as they come around turns 1 and 2. Kevin Brown pushes up the hill. And we will be having replays here coming up soon. That didn't look, just looking at the video, does not look like they touched. Just kind of looks like Mark went in there and that car just pushed up the hill.
Yeah, and as we see in the 76 machine, he did pull it off the racetrack.
One and done. 15:56 on the stopwatch last time by, and 86.761 miles an hour. Giving 1 to go signal.
Still 5 laps to be ran here in this heat race. And noticing that does move Tommy Frazier into that transfer position, that final transfer position.
Waiting for live timing and scoring to update. Lights out, coming around for the green flag. Texas style restart. The leader has a row to himself. Second place gets to choose the high side or low side. Everyone falls in line behind that. Green flag in the air. Fast Freddie Ryland down to turn number 1 first. Side by side for second. Kevin Brown on the inside. The Iceman Tommy Frazier on the high side. Brown has a great run through turns 1 and 2 and gets that spot as he goes down into turn number 3. Fully in second spot. Here comes Frazier back on the inside. Lap number 4 in the books. 4 down, 4 to go.
Yes, 4 down, 4 to go. Frazier looking in the inside of Brown. Falkenberg in the inside of Pierce. 2 good battles going on here on the racetrack. And Fast Freddie Ryland still leading the charge as he comes across the line with 3 laps to go.
Battle for second down into turn number 1. Tommy Frazier on the low side, Kevin Brown on the high side. Those 2 are in the show. Here comes Andrew Pierce in the 4th spot. He's trying to catch up so he can try to get into the show, but right now, that battle for second, if they don't take each other out, they're both in the main event later tonight. Kevin Brown now has that. 2 laps to go.
Yes, 2 laps to go. And they're still doing battle down the back straightaway as Tommy Frazier is trying to look in the inside. White flags out for Fred Ryland. Frazier in the inside of Brown. He takes that second place position. Kevin Brown's going to look in the inside. Nothing's going to do for him. Down the back straightaway. Does Andrew Pierce have anything for Kevin Brown as he goes in there hard? He's going to try to dive in the corner. He comes off. No, he doesn't. Kevin Brown is going to get that final transfer position over Andrew Pierce.
So your transfer cars, Fast Freddie Ryland, Tommy Frazier, and Kevin Brown, or everyone else going to the B main. Andrew Pierce finishing in the 4th spot. 5th is going to be Chris Falkenberg. Heat race number 2. Looking like this. Jason Bannister out of Bakersfield, California, scheduled to start on the point in the 51 car. To his outside, Tommy Climans out of Oakley, California. I really do like the wrap on that car, the 19C.
And in your second row in the 38A out of Antioch, California, it's going to be the show, Todd Gomez. And to his outside in the 11 out of Antioch, California, it's going to be Joey Ferguson.
In row number 3, Gavin Espino out of Merced, California, 33P. To his outside, Trevor Climans out of Brentwood, California.
And in your 4th and final row is going to be the 6 machine out of Antioch, California. That is going to be Dylan Conley, the rookie in the 6 machine.
And, of course, that 2C of Trevor Climans, our 2020 champion, track champion here at Antioch Speedway. After he had a rough 2019. He missed a few races, had some personal issues, some medical issues he had to deal with. So he came back strong, won that championship, and looking to do it again this year. One of the people that want to beat him for that championship, his brother, Tommy Climans, in that 19C up in the front row. I love that wrap. That is just a sharp-looking wrap. Todd Gomez, another one with another good-looking car. Man, he came on at the end of last year, did Todd Gomez,
yeah,
and
he did.
Started out this year at the January show. That car is strong.
Yep, as we get set, heat race number 2, top 3, transfer to our feature. Green flag is out. Jumping out to the early lead is going to be Tommy Climans over the 51 machine. Oh, and possibly no, the 51 machine's going to get him coming out of 2. Here comes Todd Gomez in the inside of the 19. He woes up in the inside, coming across the line. Oh, too close to call.
Side by side down the front straightaway. I'm going to give that to Tommy Climans as he crossed the line, but nope, the transponder is going to say Todd Gomez had it. 3 wide down the back straightaway to turn number 3 for the lead. Todd Gomez down in the middle. Tommy Climans backs out, and at the line, it is still Jason Bannister.
Man, running side by side, 3 wide. And taking the lead, coming out of 2 is going to be Todd Gomez with Bannister on nipping at his heels. Here comes Trevor Klimans. He wants to get into the feature tonight. He runs side by side with his brother in the 19 machine.
He's got to work his way around that 19C. The Klimans boys coming up off turn number 2. Trevor falls back in line down the back stretch. Into turn number 3, side by side. Uh-oh, here comes the 51 of Bannister, gets sideways, and Klimans gets into the side of him. They straighten it back out, but brothers side by side off turn number 2.
Yes, the top 4 are the quickest cars on the racetrack, but only 3 of them are going to be able to... Oh! As Klimans slows down, Trevor Klimans and Gavin Espino just rear ends him and spins him out.
Had nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go, and yellow flag's gonna be displayed here in heat race number 2.
Trevor's going to have to go to the B main.
Wow, unfortunate events for the 2C machine.
Taking a look at the video, going down the back straightaway, is down on the inside of his brother into turn number 3. And that car just kind of like suddenly stopped.
Yes, yeah.
It went into the turn and he didn't get hit or anything. It just kind of like stopped, ran out of power or something, and looped it. So our running order looks like this. Todd Gomez on the point. Jason Bannister second. Third is Tommy Klimans. Fourth is the 33P of Gavin Espino. Fifth is the 11 of Joe Ferguson. Then the 6 car of Dylan Conley. Trevor Klimans going to have to leave the racetrack. 1 and done in the heat races. 2 and done in the main event.
All right, as Bannister.
Lights out.
Yep, lights are out. Bannister and Klimans sit behind Todd Gomez. Ferguson Espino in that second row.
So that leader, yeah, he's going to row to himself, but he has to decide who he's going to block.
Yeah.
And you don't necessarily know who's where.
And both guys are very fast as the green flag waves. We have 3 laps remaining. Todd Gomez gets a great jump over the 2. Oh, and it looks like, wow.
Broken right rear now on the Bannister car after he wheel hopped the 19C of Tommy Klimans. Tommy Klimans has a broken left front. Broken right rear on the 51 car. Tommy Klimans can continue. It's actually, I've seen cars finish with a broken right left front. We've actually had a winner last year.
And that puts Joey Ferguson in that 3rd place position. He's trying to get by Klimans. White flag displayed for Gomez. Klimans trying to hold on and make it into the show. Not have to run a B main. If he can just hold on. Coming around 3 and 4.
Oh, 1 car spins around the 6 car.
That's Conley.
Conley spins. Checkered flag is out for Todd Gomez.
Yes. And Ferguson looks around the outside. No, Tommy Klimans holds on to that 2nd place position over Joey Ferguson.
With a broken left front.
Yes.
Left front.
And those 2 transfer into your A feature here tonight. 4th is going to go to Gavin Espino. And 5th would be Dylan Conley. The 6 machine, I believe, sitting in the...
Just didn't cross the finish line, but he will be the 5th. Get credited with the 5th.
Wow.
1586 on the last lap at 85.120 miles an hour.
Wow, and the rear end.
Got some debris on the back straightaway we're going to have to pick up as well. As we get set for heat race number 3, Guy Allward out of Antioch, California in the 10 car starting on the point. Aaron Farrell out of Atascadero, California in the 8 car starts outside the front row.
Yes, and in that 2nd row, we have the 127 out of Oakley, California. It's the kid, Jacob Mallet Jr., and to his outside in the 38 machine out of Tracy, California, that's going to be KC Keller.
One of the cars to always watch out for when KC is here. Emily Van Hoff out of Chowchilla, California, and the 4M is on the inside of row number 3. To her outside, the 325 of Tyler Brown out of Oakley, California, actually driving what looks like the 28 car. They just haven't had time to fix the numbers yet.
Yes.
They told me they were going to just write it on there with a Sharpie. I said, yeah, I'll be able to see that from upstairs.
And in your 4th and final row is going to be the 97 machine out of Antioch, California. It's going to be the Squirrel, Bree Troen. And that's your lineup for heat race number 3.
Rolling off. Guy Allward again on the point. Aaron Farrell outside the front row. Jacob Mallet Jr., Casey Keller, Emily Van Hoff, Tyler Brown, and the Squirrel, Bree Troen. I stand corrected. It is the 328 or 325 of Tyler Brown. That was the wrong car. It's the other Brown that's in the 28 car.
In the modified.
In the modified. As they're working on getting Tommy Kleiman's car on the hook down there in the infield. We're going green flag racing. Coming around this time, lights out, green flag in the air. Guy Allward down on the low side with a slight advantage. Gets down to turn number 1 first. The 8 car of Aaron Farrell falls in line, crosses over, tries to get underneath. Allward coming up off turn number 2. Nothing doing. Allward down to turn number 3 as the leader. Farrell, and then the 127 of Jacob Mallock Jr. rounding out your top 3 transfer spots.
Guy Allward sets the pace early here in this heat race. And battle for your final transfer position between Mallock Jr. and Casey Keller. Casey Keller now takes over that 3rd place position. Here comes Brown nipping at the heels of the 127 machine. Aaron Farrell is holding on to that 2nd place position. It looks like Casey Keller wants it as he looks to the inside down the back straightaway, going into 3. As Farrell slides up the racetrack, and
Casey Keller trying to get a secure position. Right now he's in 3rd, doesn't know who's behind him as Jacob Mallock Jr., who passed for 2nd, coming up off turn number 2 as Farrell pushed up the hill in turn 2, opens up the door. Casey Keller passes him, picks up the 2nd spot. Jacob Mallock Jr. Getting passed now by Brown on the inside for the 4th spot, but Mallock Jr., he's only been running sport mods for less than half a year. He moved up from the hobby stocks mid-year last year.
Yes, and if Tyler Brown can get one more position, that will lock him into the feature here tonight. As he stalks the rear end of the 8 machine of Aaron Farrell. Best battle on the racetrack as of right now between the 8 machine, the 325, and the 127, all for that 3rd place position. As here comes Brown.
2 laps to go as Guy Allward still leads. Casey Keller but battles for 3rd. Down into turn number 1. Brown looks on the inside of Farrell, side by side, coming up off turn number 2. They touch! Big time touch! Brown has a broken right front, I think. That car coming to a stop put Aaron Farrell firmly in that 3rd final transfer spot as Brown sitting on the infield. Checkered flag coming out this time by.
For the 10 machine of Guy Allward picking up heat race number 3. 2nd is going to go to the 38 of Casey Keller. 3rd is going to go to Aaron Farrell over the kid, Jacob Mallock Jr. in 4th. And 5th is going to go to Emily Van Hoff across the line over Bree Troen.
Not a bad run for Bree in only her 2nd race. Emily Van Hoff, good run. Jacob Mallock Jr. picking up these sport modifieds, but right now, going to look at Guy Allward, Casey Keller, and Aaron Farrell taking home the transfer spots, going directly to the main event.
Yes, and also want to give credit to Emily Van Hoff. Also, this is only her 1st race in the IMCA Sport Mod, so congrats to those 2 ladies on the racetrack. As we watch Tommy Kleiman's Jr. car getting towed off, hopefully they can get that left front repaired and get him back out for the main event. We get ready for heat race number 4. We got Jim DiGiovanni out of Morgan Hill, California in the 96M. To his outside, Dwayne Short in the 27S out of Merced, California. And in your 2nd row in the 151 out of Bakersfield, California, that is going to be Tyler Bannister. And to his outside in the 52 machine out of Oakley, California, that is going to be Jason Ryan Jr.
In row number 3, the 22S, Scott Foster out of Oakley, California. And to his outside, the 38H shares Haley Gomez out of Antioch, California. Another one of our young ladies running here tonight in the IMCA Northern Sports Modified. It is taking a minute. We do have to get the Tyler Brown car on the hook and out of the racing surface. He is off the racing surface, but just off, not in a safe place. So we do have to get him out of the way before we go green flag racing. Last lap for our leader on that last heat race was a 15.591 mile an hour lap, or excuse me, 2nd lap for Guy Allward. Coming out, Tyler Brown. Got the cars ready to go back there in the staging area as we get set for heat race number 4, the final 3 that are going to transfer from the heats directly to the main event. Coming up, Dwayne Short, first one rolling off. You will have Jim DiGiovanni. Should be coming up to the front for the front row start. Tyler Bannister and Jason Ryan Jr. 2nd row, Scott Foster and Haley Gomez in row number 3. Going to give them the 1 to go this time by. as they come around. Don't forget to keep an eye on our website at www.antiochspeedway.com, www.antiochspeedway.com. Our Facebook is Antioch Speedway by Promotions, Antioch Speedway by Promotions on Facebook. Also, there is a secondary Facebook page. It's called AntiochSpeedway.tv, just like the website you tuned into to see tonight's live feed. Also, don't forget Wiley Wade, Antioch Speedway announcer on Facebook and YouTube for Wiley's Race Report. And don't forget, Joe and his crew have On the Hammer podcast.
Oh,
you can find on all the podcasting places.
Yeah, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Anchor, to find all of our episodes and listen and join in with us on our journey.
Coming around, green flag this time by. We got Jim DiGiovanni on the point. Green flag in the air. Dwayne Short on the high side. DiGiovanni looked like that car spun its wheels coming down the front straightaway a little bit. Dwayne Short on the high side pushes up in the middle. Those two cars battling side by side off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. And the 151 of Tyler Bannister saying, hey, let me through. I want to get through here. That car seems to be hooked up much better. But those two leaders up off turn number 4 at the line is Dwayne Short.
Dwayne Short, your leader, coming across the line, and it's a battle for that first place position. Here comes Tyler Bannister. He takes second. He wants more. Down the back straightaway, he goes to first. Oh, and he loops it. Wow.
Right in front of Dwayne Short. Dwayne Short rear ends him. Coming up off turn number 4, here comes DiGiovanni. He regains the lead.
And
yellow flag not out. Here it is.
And that
Bannister drove down there into turn number 3 and just
kind of slid up, it looks like, and got rear-ended by the 27 machine.
watching it on the replay here in front of me, and coming up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Bannister had a good run, got to the inside of Dwayne Short, got into turn number 3 and just looped it around, and the back end looped right up in front of Dwayne Short. And Short, damage you can see on the front of that race car, rear-ended that 151 car. He is done for the night, or at least for the heat race, excuse me, for Tyler Bannister. But Dwayne Short continues on. He is going to be the leader.
Yeah, and that moves up the 38H of Holland Haley Gomez into that transfer position now as she sits in third.
Talked to her earlier tonight. She said her main goal this year is she wants to get a win. I'll tell you what, she's in a tough division. The sport modifieds, I know she can do it. But when she does, she will have earned it, that's for sure. Dwayne Short on the point. DiGiovanni chooses the low side, puts Gomez on the high side. Row number 3, it is Foster and Jason Ryan. Green flag back in the air.
Green flag back in the air, and here comes the 38H on the outside, and she wants to be your new leader as she goes coming out of 2. Down the back straightaway, the 38H, Haley Gomez is your new leader. The 27S of Dwayne Short, I'm not sure if
that car doesn't look right, does it?
Yeah, and he's holding up the field as Haley Gomez is trying to run away with this heat race.
The 52 car of Jason Ryan Jr. pushes up the hill. He loses a couple spots. Scott Foster passes him. But Holland Haley coming up off turn number 4. Dwayne Short holding on in second right now. Haley with a 16:38 on the stopwatch. Dwayne Short, Jim DiGiovanni, your top 3. And those are the transfer cars as the 52 of Jason Ryan Jr. pushes up the hill once again. Scott Foster gets back underneath him as the battle for second goes to turn number 3.
And your best battle on the racetrack right now, still for that second place position between Short and DiGiovanni. As they're slowing each other up going into 1. Scott Foster trying to make his way around. He's trying to get into a transfer position around the 96 machine as he works his way up on that high side, up on that cushion. Slinging the car up there, coming down to 4. Oh, he is now in a transfer position, and he wants more around Dwayne Short. As Haley Gomez, wow, she has half a track length lead over the field. 2 to go for the 38 machine.
Battle for second comes up off turn number 4. 3 wide on the exit of the turn. Scott Foster on the high side, a full half track behind leader. He finally clears Dwayne Short. Dwayne Short and Jim DiGiovanni, neither of them want to come up off the bottom. Those 2 cars hanging out at the bottom. White flag is out for Haley, but up in the second spot is Foster. The battle is for that third final transfer spot coming off turn number 4. Right now, DiGiovanni has it as they head down to turn number 1, but Haley Gomez taking home heat race number 4 up off turn number 4. Haley Gomez with the second spot. Scott Foster spins out of a transfer spot. Spins to number 2. That's going to give it to Jim DiGiovanni and Dwayne Short.
Yes, wow. Fourth is going to go to the 52 of Jason Ryan Jr. And rounding out your top 5 is going to be the 22S of Scott Foster. Unfortunate events happening for the 22S machine. But wow, congratulations on picking up the heat race win to Haley Gomez in that 38H machine.
A 16:21 on the stopwatch last time by 83.282 miles an hour. Scott Foster got to be kicking himself. He was in a transfer spot on the final lap. Spins out in turn number 2. With that, we are moving our way on down the racing lineup, which means we are going IMCA modified racing. Heat race number 1 looks like this. Randy Schaefer in the 28G on the point to his outside. It's Jim Pettit II out of Prunedale, California, the 2020 Hall of Famer for the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame.
Yes, and in your second row, we have the 2JD out of Vallejo, California. That is Jake Dewsbury. And to his outside is going to be, as of right now I'm looking, it's going to be Aaron Corral in the 29C machine.
Jeff Brown scheduled to be there, in that, but he is not out. So Bobby Montalvo out of Hercules, California, to be 4 inside of row number 3 to his outside. It was supposed to be Aaron Corral, and waiting to see if the 228 of Jeff Brown can make it out. That is the old Chester NIST car.
And in your fourth and final row in that 17 machine out of Martinez, California, that is going to be quick Nick DiCarlo.
Bobby Montalvo pulls to the infield, having a problem with that car. He's scheduled to start in the 5th spot. Quick Nick DiCarlo had smoke coming out of that car during hot laps. Trying to see if they can get Bobby's car refired. And it looks like they're pushing it right back into the pits. So losing 2 cars before the green flag flies. Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair is our main sponsor for tonight. Best Marine Repair Shop around. Give them a call, 925-779-0707. If you tell them Antioch Speedway TV sent you, they'll give you a 5% discount just for saying that. They're located at 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley, California. Again, Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair, our main title sponsor for tonight's racing activity.
As we get set, heat race number 1 is going green. Green flag is out. Jumping out to the early lead is going to be Jim Pettit. Jim Pettit down the back straight. Here comes the 29C. Aaron Crow. Oh, yellow. Yellow flag. It looks like it's going to be a complete restart for the field.
Bob didn't like something.
And that could have gone bad. All right, lineup's good, and we are going to take 2 on this heat race. As I believe lights are out, we're going to go green here. Try this again. Coming out of 4. Green flag is out. Once again, Jim Pettit jumping out to the early lead.
That car just has a much better run on the high side coming up off turn number 4.
Yeah, look at the 29C machine up top.
Came out of retirement last year after a short retirement. Just couldn't handle not racing, did Aaron Crowell.
Yes, the crazy man is back. And it looks like Quick Nick, his troubles continue as he pulls into the infield. And yellow flag is out once again. And it looks like we have a drive shaft sitting in the center of turn 4.
That's going to be Quick Nick DiCarlos.
And it looks like these cars are, in this heat race, are just dropping like flies here tonight.
Hey, want to say welcome to everybody watching on Facebook Live. Right now, you are live and direct from Antioch Speedway on Antioch Speedway TV via Facebook Live. If you want to see all of tonight's action, the remainder of tonight's action, you got to swing on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv and subscribe. We've got a lot of great racing action in store. The main event's coming up, B-Main coming up, as we have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the Delta Dwarf Cars all in action tonight at this 3/8 mile semi-high banked oval in Antioch, California at the Contra Costa County Fairgrounds. It is Antioch Speedway, and you're watching Antioch Speedway TV on Facebook Live. Thanks for tuning in. We are in heat race number 1 for the IMCA Modifieds. We got Jim Pettit, 2020 West Coast Hall of Fame inductee on the point. He has got a lot of trophies. This guy has won everywhere and everything, pavement and dirt. In the second spot right now is the 228 of Jeff Brown, or I'm sorry, the 28G of Randy Schaefer, and green flag back in the air with Aaron Crowell to the outside.
Yes, Aaron Crowell makes his move into that second place position over the 228 of, or I'm sorry, the 28 machine of Randy Schaefer. Aaron Crowell sets his sights on Pettit now.
Aaron Crowell, always a tough cookie here at Antioch Speedway, looking low in turn number 1, but he slips up the hill coming up off turn number 2, loses a couple car lengths to Jim Pettit, as Pettit running about a car width and a half up the racetrack from the very bottom and north end of the racetrack, which will be turns 3 and 4. Pettit coming up off turn number 2. He's got Aaron Crowell 3 car lengths back. That the third place is a 28G of Randy Schaefer, and back and forth is Jake Dewsbury.
Yeah, Jim Pettit coming off a fantastic season, I would say, for him last year, picking up a couple wins.
4 down, 4 to go, by the way.
4 down, 4 to go, and he's starting to pull away, it looks like, from the 29C machine of Aaron Crowell.
The battle for second heating up.
Yes, battle for second heating up between Crowell and Schaefer in the 28G machine. And Crowell staying low to the bottom of the racetrack, protecting his line. As we see Jim Pettit starting to maneuver up the racetrack. That
2 to go.
now.
Pettit down into turn number 1. He's got the midway up the racetrack. Aaron Crowell going down low. Schaefer just a little bit wider, but he pushes up the hill. Loses a couple car lengths coming up off turn number 2. Jake Dewsbury in the back, but white flag comes out. That white flag flying for Jim Pettit. Aaron Crowell second. Randy Schaefer in the third spot. Jake Dewsbury in the fourth spot. Pettit down the back straightaway to turn number 3, coming around for the checkered flag.
Coming around for the checkered flag. He's going to pick up another heat race win. It's going to be Jim Pettit, I'm sorry. And Aaron Crowell picking up that second place position. Third is going to go to Randy Schaefer, and fourth is going to go to Jake Dewsbury.
Last lap of 15:46 on the stopwatch, 87.322 miles an hour for Jim Pettit. Congratulations to Jim. Dylan Thornton's going to start on the point for heat race number 2 on the inside. He's out of Santa Maria, California, and Clark Guglielmone out of Vacaville, California in the 22G starts on the outside.
And in your second row, the 92 machine out of Galt, California, that was going to be Dylan Schreiner. And to his outside is going to be the 83 machine out of Oakley, California. That's going to be Kellen Chadwick.
Bobby Hogue out of Salinas, California, inside row number 3 in that 2 car. To his outside, Matthew Hagiau. On the scoring, it's going to say 14H, but he's actually driving the 30 car here tonight.
And in your fourth row is going to be the 42 machine out of Cresswell, Oregon. That's going to be Paul Cope.
I'm anticipating seeing a lot more Oregon drivers this year, as I'm hearing they're having less places to run up in Oregon. Green flag in the air. Guglielmone gets a good run up off turn number 2 down the front straightaway, or I'm sorry, off 4 down the front straightaway in turn number 1, with the 71 car of Dylan Thomas falling in line in second, but the restart flag comes out. Fabulous Bob saying, nope, I don't like that one. Let's redo that.
Yeah, he's right out of Cottage Grove.
So Dylan Thornton is going to get back on the point with Clark Guglielmone to his outside. Dylan Snyder, Kellen Chadwick, Bobby Hogue, Matthew Hagiau, and then Paul Culp out of Cottage Grove is his home track up in Oregon. Green flag in the air.
Green flag up in the air once again. And looks like, oh, Dylan Thornton slides on the racetrack. 5 wide. Here comes Dylan Thornton. Kellen Chadwick in the inside. Down the back straightaway. They go into 3 and 4. Here comes Kellen Chadwick. Is your new leader.
Chadwick on the point. Dylan Thornton in the second spot. Battle for third. Here comes Bobby Hogue underneath Guglielmone. Side by side. They're trying to get underneath Thornton at the same time. He closes the door, but that battle for third into turn number 3. Give it to Hogue. He gets underneath Thornton. Side by side off turn number 4. One car goes around in the back of the pack. Paul Culp out of Oregon spins to the infield. We stay under the green flag, but Kellen Chadwick almost a full straightaway with Bobby Hogan to second spot.
Yes, Bobby Hogue doing battle with the 71 of Dylan Thornton, and he's going to try to run down the 83 machine. 5 laps to go. Can he run down the 83 machine? Dylan Schreiner doing battle with the 22 of Clark Guglielmone as he gets by. He's now in that 4th place position. Kellen Chadwick still your leader. Bobby Hogue, Dylan Thornton, your top 3. And it looks like the best battle on the racetrack right now is for that 5th place position between Haggio and Guglielmone.
4 down, 4 to go. Kellen Chadwick up off turn number 2. That battle, though, for the 5th spot. Back in the back, Guglielmone, Haggio, side by side in turn number 1. Up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway. They go into turn number 3. Now they're coming up on the 92 car. Dylan Snyder, 3-way battle coming up off turn number 4 for that 4th spot. Down into turn number 1. Haggio just cannot get around Guglielmone. White flag coming out at the line. Haggio has a problem in turn number 2. White flag for Chadwick. Hogue in the 2nd spot. 3rd right now is the 71 of Dylan Thornton.
Yes, white flag was displayed. Here comes Kellen Chadwick coming out of 4. He's going to pick up heat race number 2 win to Kellen Chadwick. 2nd is going to go to Bobby Hogue. 3rd is going to go to the 71 of Dylan Thornton. And 4th is going to go to Dylan Schreiner. Is going to hold out the 22 of Clark Guglielmone across the line.
Last lap of 15:09 on my stopwatch. That's an 89.463 miles an hour. This track is fast here tonight, folks. And we have one more heat race to go. Again, all you watching on Facebook Live, thanks for tuning in. If you want to see all the B main and all the main events, head on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv and subscribe for tonight's action. Live and direct from Antioch Speedway. We are live on Facebook for just a couple more minutes. Right now, heat race number 3 coming out, the 55D of Danny Malfatti out of Hayward, California on the inside. Buddy Niss on the outside out of Oakley, California in that 19K.
And in your 2nd row in the U81 out of San Pablo, California, it's going to be Bobby Motts. And to his outside in the 49 machine out of Oakley, California, it's going to be Tricky Troy Folger.
Then we fall back to row 3 where John Pierce out of San Jose, California is in the 80 car to his outside the 03. That's the flying Hawaiian Kimo Areta out of Vacaville, California.
And in your 4th and final row is going to be the 88P out of Antioch, California. It's going to be the Bullet, Carl Berenson.
That's your starting lineup for our final heat race of the night here at Antioch Speedway. After this race, we're going to give him one more to go. Give him the magic green flag next time by. We have a B main to go for the IMCA Sport Modifieds. For all those cars that didn't get in. 26 cars came here tonight for the Sport Modifieds.
I believe it, yes. 26.
Or did they get 27?
27, I think.
I think it jumped up one.
Yeah.
Fast Freddie Ryland trying to make it 2 in a row. He's had a successful year so far. Won 2 races down in Arizona earlier this year. Waiting for one more car, hearing over the radio. Light is out, coming around to the green flag this time by. Danny Malfatti has control of the field in that 55D.
As we get set, heat race number 3 is turning them loose. Green flag wave. Danny, Buddy Niss gets into the front straightaway wall. No harm, no foul as he...
Buddy Niss into the back of Malfatti.
Wow. Maybe that was a little shot in the shorts for the front straightaway incident.
Side by side, coming down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Buddy Niss on the high side. Malfatti on the high side. Malfatti has it now. Buddy Niss drives back around on the high side by side into turn number 3. That 19K has a good run on the exit of the turn.
And he is going to hold on to that lead over McFaddy, and here comes the 49 diving into the inside of Bobby Motts. Motts still holds on down the back straightaway. Here comes Carl Berenson now in that 5th place position after starting dead last in this heat race.
3 previous champions right there, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Tricky Troy Folger, the current champion. Bobby Motts Jr. in the U81 and Carl Berenson. One car spins around. Kimo Areta, the flying Hawaiian in turn number 1. That's going to bring out the yellow flag, I do believe. Yes, yellow. No.
No, and
gets down to the inside. We stay under the green. Buddy Niss on the point, coming through turn number 2. Malfatti having trouble on the exit of the turn. That car not exiting very well.
Oh, and Troy's going to throw it in deep. Oh, McFadden's going to hold him off still. Buddy Niss leads the charge. And Carl Berenson and Bobby Mott's doing battle on the racetrack for that 4th place position now.
That 55D just does not have the exit handled on that car. He keeps losing ground on the exit to both the car in front of him, Buddy Niss, and the car behind him. Here comes Tricky Troy down on the inside. Uh-oh, smoke coming out of our leader's car. Buddy Niss, smoke, a lap and a half to go. Can he finish? As Malfatti trying to hold off the hard charging Tricky Troy Folger. White flag in the air.
White flag in the air, but like you said, McFadden still holding off Folger. And it looks like something possibly may be brewing for the 19K machine as he rolls down the back straightaway up into 3, and he's going to come out of 4. He's going to be your heat race winner. Buddy Niss in the 19 machine. 2nd is going to go to McFadden. 3rd is going to go to Folger. 4th is going to go to Bobby Motts. And rounding out your top 5 is going to be Carl Berenson in the 88. Still something brewing in that 19K as he went across the line, and going into turn 1, a huff of smoke just started spewing out of that race car. I don't know if it's tire smoke or something from the rear end.
I don't know. After the race, when he let off the gas over there at turn number 2, it came out a whole lot that was not tire smoke, I don't think. Malfatti with body damage on that right rear.
But yet, that's going to do it for our heat races here tonight in all 4 of our divisions. As now we're going to get set for our B main events coming up.
Waiting for the B main to come out. We're going to do that before intermission.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys are absolutely.
Waiting for before we get to the B main for the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds, I want to say thanks to our main sponsor tonight, Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. They are the best marine repair shop around. Their phone number is 925-779-0707. 925-779-0707. If you tell them we sent you here at Antioch Speedway TV, they're going to give you a 5% discount for your work over there at Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. If you're not wondering where they're located right underneath the Antioch Bridge, right there at the end on the south side at 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley. So that's the place to go. They don't do outboards, just so you know. If you have an outboard, that's not the place, but they do the best work on your inboard motors. Also want to say thanks to JVC Cameras, JVC Kenwood, as they have provided Antioch Speedway TV with a beautiful camera. And we want to say thanks to jvckenwood.com. If you're looking for a camera, head on over there and take a look at what they got. I guarantee you will find something you like.
And these heat races tonight have been tremendous.
This racetrack is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Looking for here we go. So our B main lineup is looking like this. Hey, look at that, Mr. Smooth, starting on the point. That's the place he wants to be. And Gavin Espino to his outside in that 33P car. Row number 2, Jacob Malp Jr. in the 127, and Jason Ryan Jr. in the 52 car. That's row number 2.
And 3 is going to be the 3C of Chris Falkenberg, and to his outside is going to be the 4M, Emily Van Hoff. 4th row is going to look like this, the 22S machine of Scott Foster, and to his outside is going to be the 112, of Chuck Crash Golden.
Row 6 is Jason Bannister, and to his outside, the Squirrel Breach Trowan. Starting in that 10th spot, 11th will be Tyler Bannister, and Mark Garner to his outside. Mark's got a long way to go. Get up towards the front.
And that 7th row is going to be the 2C of Trevor Kleiman, and to his outside of the 325 of Tyler Brown. And in your 8th and final row is going to be the 6th, the young man, Dylan Conley.
Right now out on the racetrack, we got Bobby Montalvo taking some hot laps. He had trouble, wasn't able to compete in his heat race, has some trouble, so they're giving him a few laps. And see if he got whatever the issue was resolved. Again, don't forget, we got live racing action with fans in the stands coming up on April 3rd. That's right, folks. You can come and sit your butts in the grandstands on April 3rd. We're going to have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds, the IMCA Stock Cars, and the Dwarf Cars. In other words, if you like tonight's action, you're going to love it on April 3rd because it's going to be even better. But next week, we have the Wing 360 Sprint Cars going to be here. They're going to make their season debut. This time of year, with the track conditions we have, folks, I'm anticipating 107-plus miles an hour for those Wing Sprint Cars. And coming up on this week's Wiley's Race Report will be my interview with Dylan
Bloomfield.
Yeah, my mind just went blank. Talked with Dylan a couple weeks ago. He had his first run, ran well up in Marysville last week with Dylan Bloomfield, and stepping up from the wingless to the wing sprint car, and just like he did with the wingless, just picking it up like a duck to water by the looks of it. So I look forward to seeing Dylan Bloomfield and the rest of the cars that come out next Saturday night for our racing action. Joining them will be our hobby stocks in action. Our mini stocks, last year and years previous, we've called those the four bangers. They're called the mini stocks this year. They're going to be in action on the 27th, as well as the super stocks will be back here. On April 10th, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, the Tri-State Stock Cars and Super Stocks are going to be having a race with the Dwarf Cars. That's on April 10th. Back on the 14th of April, it's not a race. That is a Wednesday night. It is a practice session. That'll be an open practice session. If you need to come out and shake down any car you have or want that's a race car, the race is here. Bring it on out, and you can have a practice. It's a lot of fun, those practice sessions are. I hope my race car will be ready, and I'll be out here. Otherwise, I'll just be out here watching. With that, on the 17th, 3 days later, the Wings 360 Sprint Cars will be back. The 600 Micro Sprint non-wing cars will be here. The hobby stocks and the mini stocks. The 600 Micro Sprints are fun to watch as well.
Yeah, they're fun to watch. Just kind of like a little combination of the Dwarf cars watching them on here, but hopefully get a good car count with those guys, and they put on a pretty good show here on this racetrack.
That's the way it's looking for the next month or so here at Antioch Speedway. A beautiful facility here, the racetrack. I tell you what, the changes that Chad made last year, widening it out, has made for great racing. That is for sure. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to have the fans in the stands to see it, but thankfully everybody's watching on Antioch Speedway TV, so thanks for that. And look forward to having you here in person on April 3rd, starting April 3rd. COVID restrictions will be enforced, of course. You'll have to be masked. You'll have to be socially distanced. You can't show up and buy a ticket at the door. You got to buy it ahead of time. Go to myracepass.com, or you can buy it on My Race Pass app. But you get it. You have your seat. You come on in and sit down and watch some great racing action, and we will be so happy to see you here at Antioch Speedway. And bring your phone, your mobile device, and tune into Antioch Speedway TV, too. Don't give up on that. Keep doing that as well.
Watch replays and
we're working on. Yep, we're getting closer to the. Got a lot of changes in the works. We'll have replays and multiple cameras. What we're working on. It's just gonna be a lot of fun. So looking forward to it. Want to also say thanks to all the corner workers, the officials out there, and the DNF crew. The push trucks are out there. I want to say thanks to everybody that helps out with that. Fabulous Bob up on the flag stand. Normally I'd ask him to dance, but he's hurting at the moment, so I won't ask him to dance quite yet. We'll save that for when he comes back in a couple of months. I want to say thanks to Rich down there running the show up here in the booth. Rich Quadrilli. Thank you very much, Andrea, for all the live timing and scoring that you do down there. Eve running the scoreboard. Joe, thank you very much for all you do sitting there. Bob and Tim down there running the camera. Thank you guys very much. And all the folks out in the pits that are helping out. And, of course, all the racers that are showing up each and every week with their race cars and race teams. And ultimately, and most importantly, thank you, fans, for watching here on Antioch Speedway TV. We'll give you the rundown once again for the IMCA Northern Sports Modified B main event, as Andrew Pierce scheduled to start on the point in that 15P. A great place to start for him with Gavin Espino in the 33P to his outside. Jacob Mallett Jr. is scheduled to start inside row number 2 in that 127, and Jason Ryan Jr. to his outside. That's the 52 car in row number 2.
And in row number 3 is going to be the 3C of Chris Falkenberg. And to his outside is going to be the 4M, also the rookie of Emily Van Hoff. And in your 4th row, we're going to have the 22S of Scott Foster. And to his outside is going to be the 112 of Chuck Crash Golden.
Row number 5, it's Jason Bannister on the inside. That's the 51 car. And in the 10th starting spot, it's the Squirrel Breach Owen in the 97 car. Row number 11, row number 6 in the 11th starting spot is Tyler Bannister and Mark Garner back there in the 6th row.
And in your 7th row and 13th starting spot is going to be the 2C, the former track champion of Trevor Kleinman's. And outside him is going to be the 325 of Tyler Brown. And in the 8th and final row is going to be the 6 of Dylan Conley. As we get set, the only B feature tonight we have here for this for Antioch tonight in the IMCA Sport Mods.
Working on getting these cars lined up. They're about ready to roll off. Looking forward to it. How many we taking? 10? 8? Top 8 will transfer to the main event for this event. That means 8 are making it and 7 are not going to make it. If all 15 are able to roll out and start, as Mark left the race. He had an issue with his car. Hopefully they got that fixed. Not sure what happened there. He just went down there in turn number 3 and something happened to the car.
Yeah, it didn't look like anything was bent and broken. Just kind of came to a standstill in turn 3. So
Andrew Pierce had some smoke coming out of that car late in the race after getting he had trouble earlier down there in 3 and 4 as well. Got him and Chris Falkenberg, but it's kind of started before then. Chris Falkenberg actually helped him get straightened out. He was sitting sideways, still moving. Falkenberg came along and got into him and straightened him out, and he was able to keep going, but fell to the back of the pack. The Tyler Bannister car, the 151, had trouble in his heat race. He's trying to get that thing going, as did our 2020 champion, Trevor Kleinman.
yeah, kind of looped it around in his heat race, and unfortunately now that's going to have to sit him in a B feature tonight, deep in a B feature.
Working on getting these cars getting ready to come out on this beautiful Saturday for racing. If you're coming to the area, if you're from outside the area and you're coming to the San Francisco Bay Area, make sure you swing by on a Saturday night here at Antioch Speedway. We run every Saturday night from, we started last weekend, and we will run all the way through the end of October, minus the 4th of July weekend. We're only weekend off is the 4th of July weekend. And then at the end of October, we're going to take a couple weeks off before we have our 2-day Turkey Night show after the Friday and Saturday after Thanksgiving. That was a fun race last year.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
We had a lot of races in I would say a short amount of time, that we've that we had started, I believe, in middle May, end of May, didn't we start?
Last year we started Memorial Weekend.
Yeah, so.
Yep. And this year we are having a monthly open practice. It's the second Wednesday of the month. Come on out. If you have a race car and need to test and tune, come on out and have a little fun. We do have special events for the Dwarf cars. We have the Dwarf car. Last July, it was a regional event, and it was such a success. They have been promoted to a national event, which means more cars. They had a whole lot of cars last year.
Yes.
So that's going to be fun. In the beginning of October, of course, is the Bill Bauer Memorial. And big show with we had a cornhole tournament and a barbecue and all kinds of fun. And so looking forward to all the special events. We have multiple special events. So make sure you take a look at our entire race schedule. As the cars roll off with Andrew Pierce leading the way in that 15P car.
Gavin Espino next to him. Jacob Mallett Jr., Jason Ryan Jr., Chris Falkenberg, Emily Van Hoff, Foster, Chuck Golden, Jason Bannister, Reed Troen, Tyler Bannister, Mark Gardner, Trevor Kleinman, Tyler Brown, and Dylan Conley round out the tail of the field. And it looks like
Gonna give him the one to go this time.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get the one to go signal. And it looks like as well, Emily Van Hoff will be at the tail of the field as well. So in her...
Being new to the division, probably voluntarily jumped to the back.
Yes. So I believe that moves Chuck Golden up a row. And yes, like we said, we are going to get set to go green for this B main event. Top 8 will transfer out of the B here tonight. And
they're calling that one back already. And we got onto it a little bit sooner than he was supposed to. So yellow flag's going to come on.
Yellow flag is out. Yes, they're going to call that one back.
We'll get him lined back up and try it again.
Andrew Pierce a little bit happy on the gas pedal.
He'll get, excuse me, he'll get one warning before they do move him back a spot. So lineup is set. Gonna get the lights out. Lights out, going green flag racing this time by. Andrew Pierce has control of the field. Gavin Espino on his outside. Jacob Mallet Jr. and Jason Ryan in row 2. Chris Falkenberg and Chuck Golden, row 3. Coming around. See if they allow that one. Green flag in the air once again. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Andrew Pierce pushes up the hill. Here comes the 127 of Jacob Mallet Jr. He gets around Espino. Battling for the lead into turn number 3. But Pierce has it coming up off turn number 4. Andrew Pierce with about 3 car lengths.
Oh, once again, Trevor Clavin flips it around in the infield. And Emily Van Hoff is sitting in turn 3. Tyler Brown was also collected into that, as well as that brings out our first caution for this B main event. And I seen as well, looks like in turn 2, Scott Foster may have been stopped.
Smoke coming out of the Emily Van Hoff car. Listening over the radio, Trevor Kleiman's got sideways and backed up the field. That's how that started. He's going to be put to the back. And other than that, I think it'll be a full...
No, it looks like we've got...
Full restart or not? We did get a lap in. Just
got a lap in.
So, Andrew Pierce gets to choose high side, low side, wherever he wants. In the middle, up on the front row, he's got Jacob Mallet Jr. in the second spot. Looks like he's going to choose. Well, he's not choosing yet. Espino will be in the third spot. Chris Falkenberg fourth. Fifth will be Chuck Golden. Sixth is the 151 of Tyler Bannister. Then Mark Garner up to the 7th spot already after starting back in 12th.
Yeah, and as well as Dylan Conley is sitting in that final transfer position after starting 15th in this B feature. So he's sitting in your final transfer spot.
Trevor Kleiman to the back. He's got some ground to make up, but cannot imagine that he won't be able to do it. Lights.
And it looks like the 97 machine of Bree Trowen having some tire smoke with that quarter panel rubbing on that tire. Hopefully that
left rear.
Yeah, hopefully it holds up.
Her bumper is also bent up in the air. She rear-ended somebody in the front bumper on the 97 car, pushed up in the air. Going to give him the one to go signal this time by Andrew Pierce with the lead. Jacob Mallet Jr. is going to choose the high or choose the low side, but Gavin Espino on the high side. Chris Falkenberg and Chuck Golden, row 3. Row 4 is Tyler Bannister and Mark Garner. Row 5, Dylan Conley and the Squirrel Bree Trowen. Row 6 is Scott Foster and the Tyler Brown car. Row 7 will be Emily Van Hoff and Trevor Kleiman. Right, clearing out their motors.
As lights are out, and we're going to try this again. Andrew Pierce leading the charge. And green flag waves. Andrew Pierce over Jacob Mallett. As Pierce goes up top, comes out of 2. He is your leader. Here comes Gavin Espino. Looking at the high side of Jacob Mallett Jr. Chris Falkenberg in that 4th place position. Here comes Tyler Bannister in the inside.
8th place, Tyler Brown spins, loses out of the final transfer spot, and that puts Conley up into that 8th and final spot. One other car down there is Emily Van Hoff. She spun to avoid. Well, that started with a 328.
Emily Van Hoff getting collected in the 325, spinning around in the center of 1 and 2.
Out of the 8th and final transfer spot is where he was. .1548 last time by, and 87.209 miles an hour. Damage on the right rear of Andrew Pierce, our leader, on the sheet metal. So it's Andrew Pierce, Gavin Espino, Jacob Mallett Jr., Chris Falkenberg, Tyler Bannister,
Chuck Crash Golden, and Mark Gardner, Dylan Conley, Trevor Klimans, Bree Troen, Scott Foster, and Emily Van Hoff telling the back of the field.
One to go signal this time by. Andrew Pierce on the point, trying to get his first main event win here at Antioch Speedway, his home track here tonight. Won his first main event a couple weeks ago out in Stockton, after having only started racing last June. Never driven any racing of anything until that point, and has taken to these IMCA Sport Modifieds like nobody's business. Taking care of business each and every time out. Bring it around. Coming to that go zone down there in turn number 4. Going to squash the loud pedal. Green flag back in the air.
Green flag back in the air. Once again, Pierce steps up to the early lead over Mallett Jr. And Gavin Espino around. Here comes Tyler Bannister. He wants that 4th place position from Chris Falkenberg. Trevor Klimans looking in the inside now.
Klimans in that 8th and final transfer spot.
Yes. He moves up through the field. Tyler Bannister now on the inside of Chris Falkenberg, the best bet on the racetrack, as he pushes them up high across the line. It's going to be Bannister for that 4th place position.
We got Andrew Pierce on the point. Jacob Mallett Jr. 2nd, Espino 3rd, Bannister 4th, 5th, Falkenberg 6th. It's Mark Garner 7th. Side by side, Chuck Golden and Trevor Klimans. Those are your 8 transfer spot cars right now with Andrew Pierce. Down the back straightaway, battle for 4th. As the Bannister, Garner, and Falkenberg cars 3 wide coming up off turn number 4.
Yeah, and it looks like the 3C's falling back a little bit as Garner gets by. And now Garner sets his sights on Tyler Bannister for that 5th place position.
Andrew Pierce now getting pressure from behind. Battle for the lead off turn number 4. Jacob Mallett Jr. right on his rear bumper down to turn number 1. Pierce has a problem. He pushes in the middle of turn 1 and 2. Opens up the door. Mallett Jr. looks to the inside. Nothing doing. Here comes Andrew Pierce. High side. Jacob Mallett Jr. low side. Side by side off turn number 4.
Oh, and it looks like Pierce kind of cut him off a little bit. He goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. Here, Mallett Jr. slides up the racetrack. We've got a battle on our hands now for the 1st place position.
Battle for the lead off turn number 4. One car goes around Scott Foster in turn number 1. Yellow flag is out. Foster loses it. Turn 1 and 2.
Yellow flag's out. Scott Foster. I'm not sure if Emily Van Hoff and the 22 machine had gotten to it, but seems the 22S of Foster is around in the turns 2.
Gets it refired and rolls away. Good battle between these 2 young men on the front, Andrew Pierce and Jacob Mallett Jr. Mallett just ran up beside Andrew. Not sure exactly what the message was, but looked like he was giving him a message of some kind.
Yeah, the two young guns leading it here. And this B feature trying to make their way into the A tonight.
We got one car almost flipped on his lid. Scott Foster wrecks under the yellow. Yeah, rear end broke. I looked up and that car is sitting two right side wheels in the air. Broken rear end on the 22 car of Scott Foster.
J-bar. And it looks like they're saying that the J-bar broke on the 22 machine. As he just had a dead standstill into the
Scott Foster in that 22S.
Oh, yeah.
They said rear end, but they're moving the tow truck to the front end, so. Waiting on, make sure they can get that, get Scott Foster, so he's going to be done for the night. Looking at the video underneath the car, great shot. So we'll get that car towed off and then we'll finish. It looks like 7 down, 7 to go in this 14-lap B main event for the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. Taking the top 8 to the main event. Right now we got the Andrew Pierce, Jacob Mallet Jr., top 2. Then we got Gavin Espino, Tyler Bannister, Mark Garner, Chris Falkenberg, Chuck Golden, and Trevor Kleiman, your top 8. Bree Trollen on the outside looking in. If you're watching timing and scoring on my race pass, Chris Falkenberg is not, his transponder not showing up. So he is actually in that 6th spot. So Bree Trollen 1 spot out of the transfer spot. Then we have Emily Van Hoff and the 6th car of Dylan Conley. That's your running order right now. It's 7 down, 7 to go. Can Andrew Pierce hold on and take home the win? Can Jacob Mallet Jr.? Trying to remember, I don't believe he's won a race yet.
Nope.
In the 127 of any kind. So he's looking to take home his first checkered flag. They did end up picking up the 22S on the rear end. We're going to keep him on the infield for we can finish these last 7 laps. Then we'll have intermission. Again, want to say thanks to Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair for tonight's main event, or for tonight's main sponsor. Best marine repair shop around. 925-779-0707 is the phone number. 925-779-0707. They will give you a 5% discount if you say that you heard it here on Antioch Speedway TV. That is Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair at 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley, California. Lights out.
7 laps to go.
Mr. Smooth hold on for the win? 7 laps to go. Andrew Pierce on the point. He was getting a lot of pressure before that yellow came out from the other young man, Jacob Mallet Jr.
Yeah, and he brings them in real slow. Coming out of 4. Green flag's going to wave. Andrew Pierce gets a good jump over Mallet Jr. and Espino. Once again, Mallet Jr. is going to jump out into that 2nd place position over Gavin Espino.
Gavin had to back out of it. He almost got pinched into the wall going down the front straightaway.
Yeah, and here comes Tyler Bannister on the inside. He makes that pass on the 33 machine. Sets his sights now on the 127 as Mallet Jr. is dedicated to that high side lane around the racetrack. Could it help him or could it hurt him as Tyler Bannister looks into the inside now? Still Mallet Jr. holding on as now Andrew Pierce is starting to get away from the rest of the field a bit. And Tyler Bannister now it's in that 2nd place position. Here comes
One car spins around in turn number 1. It's the Conley car.
And could he get off the racetrack? And we're going to stay green. We're going to stay green. Mark Mark Gardner looks to the inside of Gavin Espino as he takes that fourth place position now. Looking in the inside of the kid.
3 wide for second into turn number 3. Garner has to back out of it. He loses a bunch of ground there. We got the...
Two to go. Signal for Andrew Pierce. And Andrew Pierce is going to see the white flag wave. Mallett Jr. is now back in the second place position. Best battle on the racetrack is for third between Bannister and Gardner. Now remember, top 8 crossing the line is going to transfer into the future here tonight. And coming across the line, checker flag is going to wave for Andrew Pierce, going to be your winner. Jacob Mallett Jr., Tyler Bannister, Mark Gardner, and Gavin Espino is going to round out your top 5. Trevor Kleiman 6th, Chris Falkenberg 7th, and in your final 8th and final position is going to go to Chuck Crash Golden in that 112 machine.
Last lap of 16:10 on the stopwatch, 83.851 miles an hour. So you got Andrew Pierce, you got Jacob Mallett Jr., you got Tyler Bannister, top 3, Mark Garner, Espino in the 5th spot. Trevor Klimans, Chris Falkenberg, and Chuck Golden. Those are your transfer cars. Bree Troen just missing it by 1 position, but you can't complain that she had a good run for her second time in that race car. So good job for Bree Troen. And that's going to do it for our preliminaries, our heat races, and our B main. Up next, we're going main event racing, but right now we're going to take a brief timeout. Looks like we got, sounds like I'm here going to have 1 car come out for a little bit of hot laps. Make sure everything's okay on that car. During intermission, going to play a part of our latest Wiley's Race Report. My interview with Tricky Troy Folger. First, Tricky Troy, speaking of Tricky Troy, he's out on the racetrack for a couple hop laps. Coming through 3 and 4 does the 49 car, the 2020 IMCA Modified Champion and IMCA Modified California State Champion. Shaking down that car after some issues earlier. I want to also say thanks to JBC Cameras. Another great sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. JBCKenwood.com is a place to go for any of your camera needs. JBCKenwood.com. '49 car looks like it's handling much better than it did earlier. Brief intermission. When we come back, we're going main event racing in just a little bit. Right now, enjoy the audio of Wiley's Race Report.
Hello, race fans. I'm Wiley Wade, and this is Wiley's Race Report.
Hello, race fans. I'm Wiley Wade, and this is Wiley's Race Report for St. Patrick's Day, at least St. Patrick's Day week. Thanks for tuning in. Coming up this Saturday, the 20th of March, 2021, we have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds, the IMCA Stock Cars, and the Delta Dwarf Cars. 4 divisions that are going to put on 4 great shows. All on Saturday night. You can see all the action on Antioch Speedway TV. No fans in the stands quite yet. We're coming up April 3rd. If you haven't heard yet, April 3rd, live fans in the stand. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Buy your tickets ahead of time, though. You can't buy them at the gate. You got to buy them ahead of time on myracepass.com. Search out Antioch Speedway or on the app MyRacePass. If you don't have that, head over to your app store and download it. You get driver bios. You get timing and scoring when that is up and running. It's a great app to have if you don't have it yet. That's where you can find our schedule as well. A couple Saturdays ago at the last test and tune date, I had the opportunity to talk with our 2020 IMCA Modified Champion, Tricky Troy Folger. Here's that conversation.
Here with Tricky Troy Folger, driver of the 49 IMCA Modified, 2020 Antioch Speedway Track Champion, 2020 State Champion, right? So lots of championships, and you've already been racing a lot already this year.
Yeah, I think we got four races in so far.
How's your car handling out here today?
Good. Just trying a couple of new things out that I think might work better than slick. A lot of the money races we go to usually gets pretty burned up and slick, so just trying to get better than that and go from there.
You're out here doing some testing, getting ready for the season. What's been the biggest change for you in the off season for this car and your team?
As you can see, I haven't changed much. Normally we get an off season, but this year we got about not even a month. I mean, we got a little bit in December, and we ran January 1st and a couple races in January, a couple in February, and one in March. But
does that limit what you can do that you would normally do in a longer off season to your race car as far as prep or any repairs or anything?
Normally, I mean, we get a couple months off. We'll take the car down and put a new body on it and go through everything. Just make sure everything's good, nothing's bent, nothing's cracked. Just go through everything. So it's right now, it just makes it more on your weekly stuff to make sure you check everything.
And then with that little bit of time off you had, you decided to go get married down in Mexico. And how's married life almost 4 months in?
Oh yeah, my wife's awesome. She enjoys doing this with me, and her whole family races too, so it makes it really easy for me to go racing. So off week and kind of we go watch them race, but I normally end up trying to bring my stuff too, so it works out pretty good.
Who's helping you get on the racetrack this year?
First and foremost, thanks to my wife for letting me do this every week, and Bill, he puts in a lot of hours, and all flow muffler and auto repair, Chuck's brake and wheel, Margie, F&D Motorsports, Pro Vinyl, Southern County Lubricants for helping me all year long, all spec sheet metal, all my crew guys, all my buddies to come help during the week and on the weekends.
All right, Tricky Troy, congratulations on a successful year last year. And are you going for points this year, or just like it happens, you're not worried about it, you're just racing?
We're not racing for points. Just kind of try to bounce around and have some fun, and then spend some time with my wife and race when we can.
All right, well, good luck this year.
Yeah, thank you.
Tricky Troy Folger, driver of the number 49 IMCA Modified, the 2020 track champion in the IMCA Modified division at Antioch Speedway. Again, this Saturday, March 20th, 2021, we have got the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and of course, the Delta Dwarf cars all in action this Saturday night. Don't miss it. The only place to see it is on Antioch Speedway TV. Head on over to antiochspeedway.tv and subscribe for this weekend's action. Live fans in the stands, April 3rd. That's right, come on out, April 3rd. Buy your tickets, though. You have to buy them ahead of time on myracepass.com. Search out Antioch Speedway, or on the app MyRacePass. If you haven't liked and subscribed Wiley Racer Antioch Speedway Announcer on YouTube and Facebook, please do so. And until next time, I'm Wiley Wade. That's going to do it for this episode of Wiley's Race Report. Goodbye, everybody. I'm having a hell of a time here. And I hope you had some green beer or some cabbage or something. Wiley's Race Report from earlier this week with my interview with Tricky Troy Folger.
Hello, race fans. I'm Wiley Wade, and this is Wiley's Race Report.
Got a lot of episodes on there. Check it out at Wiley's Race Report. Or check out Wiley's Race Report at Wiley Wade Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook and on YouTube. Trying to put on at least one a week during the regular season. Coming up next week, we're going racing, of course. You don't want to miss it. As we have the Wing 360 Sprint Cars in action, the Hobby Stocks will be here. Mini Stocks will be out on the racetrack, as well as the Super Stocks. It's all next Saturday, the 27th of March. You can watch it all on Antioch Speedway TV. And then the following week, on April 3rd, we can have you in the stands, folks. That's right. Fans in the stands for the first time in over a year on Saturday, April 3rd. You do have to buy your tickets ahead of time. So head on over to myracepass.com and look up Antioch Speedway, and that's where you buy your tickets at. Got to have your tickets ahead of time. My Race Pass. On the 3rd, if we come out, you're going to see the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds, the IMCA Stock Cars, and the Delta Dwarf Cars all in action on that Saturday night. As we continue looking down the schedule on April 10th, it'll be the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, Tri-State Stock Cars and Super Stocks, and the Dwarf Cars. That's all on the 10th of April. And tickets are not on sale yet. They will be coming available in at a future time. On the 14th, it's a Wednesday night. We're coming out for an open practice. No fans in the stands for that. But if you have some racing vehicle you need to bring out in a shakedown, that is the time to do it. Come on out on the 14th of April. Then we go on to the 17th of April, Saturday night the 17th, with the Wing 360 Sprint Cars, the 600 Micro Sprints. The non-winged Micro Sprints will be in action on the 17th of April, with the Hobby Stocks and the Mini Stocks. That's all on the 17th of April here at Antioch Speedway. Check out our schedule on My Race Pass. Go to AntiochSpeedway.com. You can click on the schedule there, and it'll bring you over to the full schedule. 52 events scheduled for the year, 47 upcoming. As we continue looking forward, on April 24th, we'll have the Wingless Sprint Cars, the Dwarf Cars, Hobby Stocks, and the Super Stocks all in action. Coming up, I want to tell you about an event coming up on May 5th. If you remember last year, we had the Speed Weeks for the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds. That's coming to town again this year. It's in May. Won't be quite as hot as it was last year. May 5th, Wednesday night, is when they're racing here at Antioch Speedway. The IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds, and the Hobby Stocks will all be in action. That is on Wednesday night, May 5th, a very special night of racing with the IMCA Speed Weeks. It is expanded to 8 shows this year with a break in the middle. But take a look at that schedule. And then we'll return to regular racing on the 8th. Regular, I say, but then the minivan race is taking place on the 8th. That's right, we're going Mother's Day minivan racing. To compete in the minivan race, you cannot be a race car driver. You can't have any experience racing. You have to be a mom. You have to have a minivan. Get yourself a minivan. You can throw a bar in it to support the roof. And we're going racing in minivans. Also, the Wingless Sprint Cars will be here. The IMCA Stock Cars and the Dwarf Cars will all be here. The open practice on the 12th of May, again, the second Wednesday of the month, is an open practice each and every month during the regular season. On May 15th, we are going IMCA Modified, IMCA Sports Modified, IMCA Stock Cars, and Mini Stock Racing. That is on May 15th. The 22nd, the Wing 360 Sprint Cars, the Hobby Stocks, Super Stocks, Dwarf Cars, Hard Tops, and the Winged Volley Sportsman, all in action on the 22nd of May. And to round out the month of May, it's the Big Kahuna. It's a 2-day show, the Big Kahuna George Stight Freedom Series race number 1. IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars on Friday night the 28th. And the 29th, it'll be the Modifieds, the Sport Mods, and the Stock Cars once again. Again, it is the Big Kahuna George Stight Freedom Series back after a year off here at Antioch Speedway. That's our events through the month of May. Say thanks to our title sponsor for tonight, Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. For the best marine repair around, head on over to Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair at 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley, California. Their number is 925-779-0707, 925-779-0707. If you tell them Antioch Speedway TV sent you, they'll give you a 5% discount on your work. Again, Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. Also want to say thanks to JVC Cameras. Check out all the JVC cameras at jvckenwood.com. That's right, jvckenwood.com. That's the place to go for all your camera needs. They have provided Antioch Speedway TV with an awesome camera to use here for our coverage on Antioch Speedway TV. So head on over to jbckenwood.com. Keep an eye on our website at www.antiochspeedway.com, www.antiochspeedway.com. That's the place to be for all the news and notes. Also, the Facebook page is Antioch Speedway by Promotions on Facebook, Antioch Speedway by Promotions. Also, there's a secondary Facebook page, AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook, AntiochSpeedway.tv. Also, keep an eye on Wiley Wade - Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook and YouTube. That's where you'll find where Wiley's race report comes out and does get transferred over to the others as the time goes on. But there'll be some standalone stuff on there as well. Looking through the year, some of the other special events. Oh, just a reminder, we are not racing on the 4th of July weekend. We are taking the 4th of July weekend off. The Hetrick Memorial, which is the big race, always comes up for the hardtops on June 26th. The Dwarf Car Nationals taking place on July 16th and 17th. On Labor Day weekend, it will be the Big Kahuna George Stites Freedom Series race number 2 for the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sports Mods, and the IMCA Stock Cars. And folks, we're having monster trucks coming to town. That's right, it's a big 2-day show on September the 10th on Friday and September 11th on Saturday. Monster trucks at Antioch Speedway. You don't want to miss it. West Coast Nationals coming up on September 30th and October 1st. The Bill Bauer Memorial Race. Don't want to miss it. It's a 3-day show, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Donasore's Larry DeMintz Chet Thompson Memorial Race on October 9th, on Saturday, October 9th. And the the Dwarf Car Mania number 2 coming up, a 2-day show, Friday and Saturday, October 22nd and 23rd. Hello, race fans. I'm Wiley Wade, and this is Wiley's Race Report for Saturday, March 13th, 2021, the first regular season race at Antioch Speedway. It was a beautiful night of racing with 5 divisions in store. With the Super Stocks were there, the Hobby Stocks were there, Delta Dwarf Cars, Wingless Sprint Cars, and the late ad, the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. Hey, before we get to the results on who won on Saturday night, let me tell you this. Exciting news, that's right. April 3rd, 2021, we're going to have fans in the stands. That's right, fans in the stands on April 3rd. You can be there. You just have to buy your ticket. Head on over to My Race Pass. It is pre-sales only to be able to get in. So April 3rd, coronavirus is finally getting its butt kicked. We can have fans in the stands. So head on over to My Race Pass and buy your tickets. In the Super Stock action on Saturday night, Jim Freethy had a dominating car, taking home the main event win and the heat race win. Here's what he had to say in Victory Lane. Well, congratulations. Flag to flag almost.
Well, sometimes you get lucky, right?
How'd the car handle for you?
You know, the track was beautiful. The officials did a good job. The track prep was perfect. And the car was hooked up. My crew did a great job. And we set it up right. It was so easy to drive.
It looked like you didn't have much trouble. A lot of people, in fact, Ryan Cerezian was having trouble over in turn number 2. It didn't look like you were having much trouble over there.
Yeah, we made some adjustments and it worked. We were tight in the heat. We nailed it in the main.
All right. Well, who helps you get on the racetrack every week?
I will be here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Jim Freethy, winner of tonight's Super Stock race here at Antioch Speedway, kicking off the 21 season with a victory. Moving on to the hobby stocks. Before we get to the results, I had the opportunity to have a chat with Misty Wellborn before the night of racing action took place. Here's what she had to say. Here with Misty Wellborn, driver of the 75 hobby stock. Are you excited?
I'm very excited.
You did 3 races last year?
Something like that.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Got some experience? Now
Yeah.
you come out as
Still a rookie.
Still a rookie?
Yes. Here to have fun.
Is it fun?
It's so much fun. I don't think I ever stop smiling.
Going through there, come out, bugs in your teeth
Yes.
kind of thing, kind of
Cotton
fun?
mouth, I think I clapped down the straightaway. I'm so excited.
What got you wanting to do this?
Well, my husband's he just said you're gonna drive. I didn't have a choice.
Oh,
So of course I'm not gonna say no.
it's like, okay,
Yeah.
good
I
deal.
love being here. I love everything about all of this, so now I get to be a part of it. So it's pretty cool.
Do you work on the car too?
I helped him build it. Yeah.
So you probably do a lot of the welding, right?
No, he does all the welding.
Does he?
I did all the cosmetic stuff. He put me to work. for all
Okay.
that, but he's my maintenance guy. He does everything.
And then he's letting you do this, and so that means his car is sitting at home.
It is. It is. Yeah. Yeah. He's a very nice guy.
He's a keeper then, huh?
He is a keeper. I'm just glad he chose me.
So what's your plan for the year? You going out for Rookie of the Year? Or? Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Gentlemen, take off your hats if you're a member of the military or former member of the military. Thank you for your service to your country. If you're a first responder, thank you for your service to your community. With that, it is time for the national anthem. Tonight, we're breaking out Alan Jackson's version of the Star Spangled Banner. Rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. With that means it is time to go main event racing. As we wait for the Dwarf cars get lined up in the back, we're going 20 lap main event for the Dwarf cars on this beautiful Saturday night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Thank you for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV for another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing, live and direct from Antioch Speedway. If you haven't got my race pass yet, head on over and pick up my race pass. You can see the starting lineups, timing and scoring, all kinds of goodies over there as the Dwarf cars are getting prepared for their main event. Getting set for racing action live and direct from Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in. As the Dwarf cars are lining up for the main event with Travis Day scheduled to start on the point. Devin Cameron on the outside of the front row for this main event. So Dwarf cars 20 lap main event, stock cars 20 laps. The Sport Mod is going to do 25 and a 30 lap main event for the modifieds. Travis Day on the point for the main event of the Delta Dwarf cars. To his outside, Devin Cameron in 18 Double D. Row 2 is David Michael Rosa in the 2 car. To his outside, the 85 Double D of Jack Haverty. Row 3, the 5 car, that's Kevin Moralio in the 5th starting spot. 6 will be Danny Wagner in the 11 Double D. 7th, the 21 Double D of Scott Dahlgreen, and Sean Catucci in the 43 Double D to his outside in that 8th starting spot. Dennis Gilcrease starts in the 9th spot in the 36 Double D with Mike Casaro starting 10th. Past champion in the Delta Dwarf car division. Chance Russell in the 812 Double D starts 11th with Tom Van Tile in the 111R in the 12th starting spot. 13th, Ellie Russo in the 31 Double D, and John Tardif in the 38 Double D to her outside in that 14th starting spot. Dynamite Dave Rosa in the 68 car starts 15th. 16th, it's Bob. Roberto Monroy in the 7XL. Bob. And then Mario Marquez scheduled to start in that 17th and final starting position. To go main event racing, Travis Day on the point for the Delta Dwarf cars.
I'm not.
To the outside, Devin Cameron in that 18 Double D. Scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. Row 2, David Michael Rosa in the 2 Double D. And to his outside, Jack Haverty. That's the 85 Double D. Also out of the Wagner Racing stables. In row 3, it's Kevin Moralio in the 40 car. To his outside, Danny Wagner. Captain Chaos himself in the 11 Double D in that 3rd row.
And in your 4th row on the 21 Double D, that is going to be Scott Dahlgreen. And to his outside is going to be the 43 Double D of Sean Catucci. And in your 5th row in the 9th position is going to be the 36 Double D of Dennis Gilcrease. And to his outside is going to be the 00 of Mike Casaro.
The 812 Double D of Chance Russell starts 11th. 12th is Tom Van Tile in the 111R. To his to the next row, it's Ellie Russo looking to take home another main event win. Second of her career, if she can do it, in the 13th starting spot. She's got a long way to go in that 31 Double D. John Tardif in the 14th starting spot in the 38 car.
And in your 8th row is going to be the 68 of Dynamite David Rosa. And to his outside is going to be the 7XL of Berto Monroe.
Bob. Mario Marquez starting out back in the 17 car. Did hear that Bob is having a problem. He's falling to the back. He's only going to be able to run until his battery dies. His alternator's not working or something. So Bob will be falling to the infield when that car starts to die. But he's out there running. So he's another one of those guys that just can have some bad luck.
Yeah.
He does. He gets into wreck. His car catches fire. He just has some bad luck, and hopefully that turns around, and Bob can start having some wins and stuff. That's 7XL, sharp-looking car. Going to give him the one-to-go signal. This time by with, of course, Travis Day, 2020 champion in the Delta Dwarf car division here at Antioch Speedway. Devin Cameron in outside of the front row in that 18 Double D. David Michael Rosa, Jack Haverty, Kevin Moralio, and Danny Wagner in those first 3 rows. Scott Dahlgreen, 2019 champion in row number 4 with Sean Catucci to his outside.
All right, as we get set, first main event of the evening for these Delta Dwarf cars. As they roll around 4, green flag is out. Going into turn number 1, jumping out to the early lead. It looks like it's going to be Travis Day. Here comes David Michael Rosa. Oh, and it looks like we have trouble with the 18 machine.
Devin Cameron had trouble in turn number 1 and 2. That bounced up the field.
Yeah.
Then Kevin Moralio and Devin Cameron got together, and Devin Cameron hopped the wheel of Kevin Moralio.
Yeah, and it looks like he has a broken left front. His wheel is just bouncing. It looks like it's almost getting ready to come off.
So actually, Jack Haverty is the one that hopped up in the air. It was Kevin Moralio, Jack Haverty, and Devin Cameron to the outside.
Yeah, and he comes to a stop on the front straightaway.
So that will be a restart, as we did not get a lap in.
Yeah, it'll be a complete restart for these Dwarf cars.
Fabulous Bob showing that yellow and red flag on the flag stand. Going to line them back up. So with the changes, that's going to put Travis Day, Jack Haverty in row 1, David Michael Rosa, Danny Wagner up into that 3rd spot now.
Yes.
Row 3 is going to be Kevin Moralio and Sean Catucci. Row 4, Scott Dahlgreen and Mike Casaro. Row 5, Dennis Gilcrease and the 111 of Van Tile. Row 6 will be Russell and Tardif. Row 7, Russo and Dynamite Rosa. Row 8, Bob and Mario Marquez. Green flag in the air.
Green flag out in the air. This time Travis Day does not get the run that he had the last time, and he spins. He gets into contact with the 85 and more carnage.
Casaro comes along and nails Jack Haverty.
As well,
Travis Day gets loose. Haverty comes along and clips him. They spin out, and then Mike Casaro comes along and hits Haverty.
Yeah, Travis Day gets it rolling as the 85 of Jack Haverty. It looks like he may come to a stop, or maybe he's stopping for his crew to see if they can look at any damage on the side of the race car, as now he gets moving down the back straightaway.
So that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it looks like once again we're going to have to do a complete restart.
So I think the 88's going to get put to the back because he started that. He got loose.
Yes,
when his rear end went around, it got into the Jack Haverty car, and that's what preceded all of that.
Unfortunately, he had a nice starting position and a good run, but now he gets sent to the rear of the field, and let's see what he can do. He is our previous track champion in the Delta Dwarf cars, and it's still 20 laps, so a lot of stuff can happen. Let's see if he can make his way back up to the front. We'll have to pay attention to that 88D machine.
That's going to put David Michael Rosa on the point for the restart, with Danny Wagner now up on the front row. Kevin Moralio, Sean Catucci.
And David Michael Rosa, coming off of that top 5 finish last week, ended up finishing 4th. Now he's starting on the point. See if he can hold on to it. Next to the 11 machine, like you said, of Danny Wagner.
David Michael Rosa, a fairly new dad. Had the first kid last fall. Get pictures up on Facebook all the time of them. Kevin Moralio, a multiple-time national event winner for the veteran division in that 40 car. And national champion last year. He's got Sean Catucci to his outside there in row 2. Scott Dahlgreen and Tom Van Tile.
And as we see the 00 machine of Mike Casaro, it looks like his night is over as he's getting towed off of the racetrack.
He hit that 85 hard.
Yes,
the 85
did.
was stopped, and he came along and wham, spun the 85 of Haverty around, giving Jack Haverty a couple laps For see if he can get that thing repaired and back out. But so far, not hearing that he's rolling over the radio. Going to give him the one to go this time by. David Michael Rosa, Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner. Put Danny Wagner up on the point in one of these races. Look out. He is hard to beat. You know, he's backed off this year. He has been running the Dwarf car, the modified, and the wing sprint car. And he is only doing the Dwarf car this year, he's decided. He just has way too many race cars he's working on. So Danny Wagner in the 11D, you only see him in the Delta Dwarf car. And he won't be, he's not running for points here.
No. Yeah.
Some weeks he's going to be playing owner and crew chief in the pits. He'll be here, but his cars will be here. But his car will, as he said last week, his car was at home sleeping. Lights out, going green flag racing. David Michael Rosa has controlled the field.
All right.
In that 2 double D.
As we get set, lights are out. Take 3, I believe, for this restart. Still 20 laps on the board. Delta Dwarf cars as we get set to go. Green flag is out. David Michael Rosa, Captain Chaos, as they drag down the front straightaway into turn 1. David Michael keeps it low, and he's going to be your leader down the back straightaway over Captain Chaos.
Danny went down to turn number 1, and that car just pushed up the hill in a hurry, and it actually caused Kevin Moralio to lose places because he had to get out of the gas to avoid Danny Wagner. But our leader, battle for the lead down the front straightaway. Danny Wagner into turn number 1, gets into the back end of David Michael Rosa, while Tom Ventile and Dynamite Dave Rosa spin in turn number 1.
And it looks
Danny
like
Wagner's our leader, but the yellow's coming out, so that's going to revert back. David Michael Rosa will still be our leader.
Ventile is now sitting in the centers of 1 and 2. Collected in a wreck. Or was the caution, I'm sorry. And I believe we did get
a lap in.
Yes, we did.
And hearing over the radio, it was the 111 Tom Ventile did spin down there, kind of looking at the video, see if it shows up. No, at that point it had already spun. Danny Wagner got around, David Michael Rosa in turn number 4, but he's going to have to give that spot back after the yellow flag had come out before he crossed the start-finish line. Texas-style restart even for these cars. Oh, smoke coming out.
Of the 88D of Travis Day pulls into the infield, and it looks like he comes to a standstill, and it looks like possibly his night may be concluded tonight. Oh, and a puff of smoke coming out. I don't know if that car could possibly be on fire or something is blown on that machine, but yes.
And we got some debris from that car on the front straightaway. Got one of our officials running out to the front stretch to pick that up.
Trying to get this lineup situated before we go back green flag racing. The driver to pay attention to, as we said earlier, is a 2 double D machine.
Who you picking?
Oh, wow.
And you get to pick first, because I won last week.
Let's see. I'm going to have to go with
and we've
Captain Chaos.
Captain Chaos. Yeah, you can't go wrong there.
Man, almost forgot. We almost forgot.
And we do have to get a way to get the fans involved in this as well. So start picking who you think's going to win. I'm going to say Kevin Moralio then.
Okay. Kevin Moralio, pretty strong. I believe he did pick up his heat race number 2. Yes, he did pick up the win in heat race number 2, as well as Danny Wagner picked up this heat race win in heat race number 1. So 2 heat race winners going head to head in our little battle that we have going on. And it looks like lights are out. 18 laps on the board. David Michael Rosa is leading them, coming out of 4. Green flag is out. David Michael Rosa as he goes into turn 1. He stays really low in the inside, but Captain Chaos is a little bit lower. Down the back straightaway, they do battle. Here comes Kevin Moralio on that outside, as we were talking about him earlier. In that 4th place position. as well as Sean Catucci had some trouble last week. Now he's in the inside of Moralio.
One car spins around Chance Russell in turn number 2. See if he can get that thing rolling while up front. He rolls off, and David Michael Rossi crosses the line. 4 down, 16 to go. Danny Wagner into second spot. Scott Dahlgreen in the third spot. That battle for fourth. Sean Catucci and Kevin Moralio touch going into turn number 1. Sends Moralio up the hill. He battles back. Coming down the backstretch into turn number 3. Dives underneath Catucci. Does a slide job. Picks that spot back up. And here comes Catucci back on the inside. Now we have a 3-way battle for that 4th spot as the 36 double D of Dennis Gilcrease gets involved. But here comes Kevin Moralio. He drives around the outside of Sean Catucci.
Yeah, we have a well of a battle going on for that 4th place position between the 3 cars. Your best battle on the racetrack now. Kevin Moralio still gets by the 43 of Sean Catucci. Moralio slides up in front of the 21C, double D of Scott Dahlgreen. Puts him down a position. Oh, and Dennis Gilcrease almost loses it.
What a save.
Yeah, what a save. As now your leader is going to be under heavy pressure by Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner in the 11. 1 down low, Wagner up top, riding the rim of the racetrack.
At the line, it's David Michael Rosa. Here comes Danny Wagner up over the cushion. He loses just a little bit of ground. Coming up off turn number 2, gets a good shot down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3 they go. Side by side, coming up off turn number 4. No, Danny Wagner loses ground. David Michael Rosa has a good run down on that low side. As Wagner still working the high side, Rosa on the low side. Coming up off turn number 2, they're going to come around to complete lap number 10, halfway done this time by.
Yeah, I like how both drivers are holding their line, which is making this racing action really exciting as Wagner gaining ever so slightly. Just
one car spinning for the leader.
And it's Chance Russell once again, and that's going to have to bring out the yellow, and that is going to send...
That'll put David Michael back on the point.
Yes,
they'll
that's
revert
back on the point. Man, what a fantastic battle we have going on here for the lead position between the 2, David Michael Rosa and Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner. Michael Rosa holding on his own after coming off that top finish. I'm pretty sure he's motivated. He wants to pick up this win here tonight. As remember, this is a points night for all divisions here, so
David Michael Rosa doing a whale of a job holding off Danny Wagner. Got Chance Russell rolling again. Going to double them up. So we got David Michael Rosa, Danny Wagner, Kevin Moralio, Sean Catucci, Scott Dahlgreen, your top 5. In the 6th spot, it's going to be Jack Haverty. 7th, Dennis Gilcrease. 8th, Ellie Russo. 9th is Dynamite Dave Rosa. 10th, John Tardif. 11th, Tom Van Tuyl. And at the back of the pack, it's Chance Russell in the 812. Lights out, going green flag racing this time by David Michael Rosa. Hard on the gas. Green flag in the air down the front straightaway, side by side. Kevin Moralio on the inside.
David Michael slows down. I don't know what happened, but Captain Chaos now takes the lead.
Wagner gets up on Scott Russo.
And yellow flag is out. Wow, what kind of action we had here. And there goes David Michael as he is smoking from the rear of the car.
And he's losing fluid all the way around the racetrack.
Yes, he is. As he's going to have to stop that race car, or he's going to have to pull it into the infield as he's leaking a lot of fluid onto the racetrack.
The 2 cars leaking fluid all the way around.
David Michael Rosa. You can see the trail of water all the way around turns 1 and 2. That's from the David Michael Rosa car, the leader right now. Dad, Dave Rosa, trying to come up and tell him, you need to get off the racetrack. There you go. So that all started when David Michael Rosa lost steam going through turns 1 and 2. Kevin Moralio got into the back of him. Then he tried to go to the outside of David Michael Rosa as he had lost speed and got into the 21 of Scott Dahlgreen.
Yeah,
going down the back straightaway.
Seems like he just lost. It looks like I thought he lost power.
Well, I'd say with the fluid he just trailed all the way down through there, he must have lost something.
Man, what a that sucks. He had a fantastic run, leading almost his whole main event so far.
Before the 2-car slowed, something happened. Before he got into the back of him and then kind of trying to get out of the way.
David Michael Rosa pulls it off, and his night's gonna end here tonight. And that is going to hand the lead over to the second place car of Danny Wagner. And it looks like Sean Catucci is going to be scored in that second place position now over the 85 machine.
Dynamite Dave is
Jack
rolling
Haverty.
So Scott Dahlgreen is rolling again. Kevin Moralio is rolling.
And Kevin Moralio is going to keep it on the racetrack.
Yeah, the way they ended up, I don't think that I'm not thinking that it caused a lot of damage, but you never know what's underneath. But up front, you got Danny Wagner, Sean Catucci, Jack Haverty, Dennis Gilcrease, and Ellie Russo, your top 5. John Tarnoff, Tom Van Tile, Chance Russell, Dynamite Dave Rosa, Scott Dahlgreen, and Kevin Moralio. The lineup is set. 8 down, 12 to go. So we're picking winners. So if you pick a winner, you get 3 points. If neither of you get the win, then whoever has the highest finisher gets a single point. That's how we're doing that. Magic green flag in the air. Fabulous Bob letting them know we're going back to green flag racing next time by. Captain Danny Wagner on the point. Sean Catucci chooses the low side, puts Jack Haverty on the high side. In row number 2, Texas style restart. Row 3, Dennis Gilcrease and Ellie Russo. Ellie working her way up.
Yes, she is. After her starting down in the 13th position, now I believe she is sitting 4th. As we get set, as they roll him around, Danny Wagner brings him around turn 4. Green flag is out. Going into turn number 1. Sean Catucci.
Well, you put Danny Wagner out front all by himself, that's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, but anything can happen. We still have 12 laps to be ran. Now Dennis Gilcrease moves into that 4th place position as he sets his sights on Jack Haverty. Oh, and he slides up the racetrack. Ellie Russo in the inside of Gilcrease.
Boy, he has shot like a cannon off turn number 2 down the back straightaway into turn number 3. That battle for 4th continues off turn number 4, side by side. Now here comes Kevin Moralio. Look at him. He's already up to the top 5 after starting at the back of the pack after his incident last yellow flag.
And I thought I saw a little scheme of smoke coming out of the 31 machine of Ellie Russo. It looks like as she's dropping back down the field.
We're just past halfway. 11 down, 9 to go. Kevin Moralio on a mission underneath Dennis Gilcrease. Battle for 4th off turn number 2. 1 car spins around John Tardiff.
And
Dynamite Dave spins to avoid him.
And that is going to bring out the yellow flag once again.
All right, this time I can say it started with John.
Yes.
Last week I got it wrong. This time it was started with John. I don't know how he ended up that way, though. I don't know if he had help. They didn't say that over the radio. They just said it started with him and Dave had nowhere to go. 16:06 on the stopwatch last time by. 84.060 mile an hour lap is what that translates into. Captain Chaos Danny Wagner, Sean Catucci, Jack Haverty, Dennis Gilcrease, and look at that top 5, Kevin Moralio. Then we got Chance Russell, Ellie Russo. You had said you saw some smoke coming out of the 31 car. Scott Dahlgreen behind her, Dynamite Dave, and Tom Van Tile. And then John Tardiff.
John Tardiff rounding out the tail of the field. But yeah, it's seen some smoke, it looks like, possibly coming out of the Ellie Russo machine as she came out of 4. It looks like the lineup is good. We are going to get set to get back under green. 9 laps remaining for the Delta Dwarf cars here tonight. $11 cars still remaining on the racetrack. All 4 but 5 of the Danny Wagner cars are out there as of right now.
All 4 of the ones he owns are out there.
Yeah.
Other teammates are not. Bringing him around, Danny Wagner choosing the high side, knowing he's got one of his teammates right behind him. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air as he tries to block off the 85 machine of Jack Haverty, and that allows Sean Catucci to get by. Here comes Kevin Moralio as he squeezes Jack Haverty up against the wall.
Bouncing off the wall down the back straightaway. Sparks flying. He keeps on going. But as you were talking about, look at Kevin Moralio up to third.
Kevin Moralio up in that third position. He sets his sights on Sean Catucci. 8 laps to go. Can Moralio have anything for the leader or for Sean Catucci? As Danny Wagner slides up the racetrack, he's still your leader. Sean Catucci second. Kevin Moralio.
Wagner working that high line. Most of the other 4 cars behind him working the low line. And Wagner on the south end of the racetrack. He pushes up in the middle of 3 and 4 that time. That car not handling quite the way he would like it to.
Yeah, he's sliding up the racetrack. I'm not sure if the car's not handling or is he playing a defensive game here on the racetrack as of right now.
Kevin Moralio battle for second down to turn number 3. He's looking underneath Sean Catucci coming up off turn number 4. Not quite close enough. Almost into the fence off turn number 4. Now this time he's going a little higher than Catucci. Diamonding off the corner just a little bit, but this time stays in line down the back straightaway into turn number 3. He can't quite make up that last car length on Catucci as Wagner crosses the line with 5 laps to go.
Yes, and that is allowing Danny Wagner to pull away. If Kevin Moralio wants to get by, I think he's going to have to get by on the outside of Sean Catucci. Sean Catucci is gravitating to that bottom lane, not allowing the 40 machine to get by him. And like I said, that's just allowing Danny Wagner to pull away from the rest of the field. But we have an intense battle heating up between, we have some...
Jack Haverty spins in turn number 1.
Yes, that's going to bring out the yellow once again. As well...
John Tardiff spins down there.
Yes, John Tardiff loops it around.
Folks, thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV on this beautiful Saturday night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Don't forget, next week, we continue the race season with the Wing 360 Sprint Cars, the Hobby Stocks, the Mini Stocks, and the Super Stocks, all next Saturday night on the 27th of March. You can see all the action live and direct from Antioch Speedway on Antioch Speedway TV. Just head on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv like you did tonight and register and subscribe for next week's action in live and direct from Antioch, California at Antioch Speedway. And don't forget, in 2 weeks, we want to see you here in the stands, live fans in the stands. Woohoo! On April 3rd, IMCA modifies the IMCA Sport modifies the IMCA stock cards and the Dwarf cards. If you like tonight's action, you're going to love it on April 3rd because it's going to be even bigger and better. Danny Wagner coming around getting the magic green flag this time, and I don't know, Kevin Moralio. This is going to be fun now. Kevin Moralio is right on his rear bumper. Can he do it?
Yeah, this could be good. Our picks are running 1 and 3 on the lineup on the racetrack as of right now.
This is not something Sean Catucci wanted.
No, I
think he did not want Kevin Moralio next to him. He wanted to keep him behind him.
As they roll down the back straightaway, Danny Wagner keeps him at a slow pace. As we are going to get set. Green flag is going to be...
Wagner mashes the gas. Moralio goes up high on turn number 4 on the exit, trying to get a good run down the straightaway. Nothing doing. Sean Catucci's got him covered. But here comes Moralio on the outside down the back stretch into turn 3. He pitches Catucci off down low.
But Catucci holds on. No, Moralio's in that second place position. He has 2 laps to get something done against Danny Wagner. Danny Wagner slides up the racetrack in 2. Here comes Kevin Moralio from dead last down the back straightaway. Here comes Dennis Gilcrease also on the outside. Sean Catucci, white flag being presented to the 11 machine. have anything for him? Danny Wagner in the inside.
Morello got squirrely going down into turn number 1. That puts Sean Catucci closer to him as they go into turn number 3. It's all Danny Wagner. He's going to take home the win. Kevin Morello is going to take second. Sean Catucci third.
And fourth is going to go to Chance Russell. Fifth is going to go to the 36 machine of Dennis Gilcrease.
Wow. Kevin Morello from the back all the way up to second. But, all right, going to give you your 3 points. There you go.
Starting off good for me. But your winner here in the Delta Dwarf car main event is going to be the 11 Double D machine of Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner. Picking up the feature win tonight here in the Delta Dwarf cars.
Heading down for victory lane. As Danny Wagner getting ready to get out of his race car. Wagner helmet off. Climbing out of his victorious car. Danny, you had to work for it a little bit there at the beginning. You had some trouble getting up to the lead, but once you did, you checked out and you had it handled.
Yeah, the track was a little tricky. It was good, but it was a little technical, so it took a minute to get figured out. And Rosa was going good. David Michael, he was moving, and then unfortunately something went wrong. I think that was going to turn out to be a good race.
Looked like you were having a little trouble, particularly at the beginning of the race, in the middle of the turn. Looked like you kept washing up a little bit.
Yeah, car's a little tight. I've been trying some new stuff and figuring out some new setups as we're headed to Arizona next weekend. So I've been a little test weekend, and it was a little tight for here, but I think it'll be good out there.
All right, well, some of your cars ran better than others. They all ran well, but they had some issues out there. But congratulations on taking home the win in the 11 Double D.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully all the cars are somewhat fixable and ready for Arizona next week.
All right, Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner winning tonight's main event. Who helped you get on the racetrack every week?
A lot of people. There's a lot of people that go into it. A&J Hauling, Contra Costa Diesel, Western Mobile Service, Dutra Racing Shocks, Dahlgren Motors. There's a lot of people that go into it to run all these cars and take care of them all. It's a lot of work.
Congratulations, Danny Wagner.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations, Danny Wagner, once again on his feature win in the Dwarf cars. As we get set to bring out the IMCA stock cars for their feature event, starting on the point in the first row is going to be the 13 of Ren Bain, and to his outside is going to be the C29 of Garrett Korn. And your second row is going to be the 0 machine. Winning his heat race is going to be Brock Hamilton. And to his outside is going to be the 1 of Joe Gallagher. And your third row is going to be the 44 machine of Austin Van Hoff. And to his outside is going to be the 92 machine of Jay Bryant. And your fourth row is going to be the 8G machine of Dan Gonerman. To his outside is going to be the 87 machine of Kellen Chadwick. And your fifth row is going to be the 22 of Travis Day. And to his outside is going to be the 45 machine of Troy Patty. And your sixth row is going to be the X machine of Rob Gallagher. And to his outside is going to be the 67 machine of Michael Shear. And your seventh row is going to be the 1JX of Steven Streeter. And to his outside is going to be the 24 of Devin Vaughn. that's your feature starting lineup for the IMCA stock cars as they get set. 20 laps.
All right. So, with that, you want to know what? I'm going to go.
I feel like I know who you're going to take, so you might as well take him.
I'm debating between Gallagher and Chadwick.
That's fine. Yeah.
I'll go Kellen. Let's go Kellen.
All right. I'm going to swing out for the Zero Machine. He was fast in his heat race, picked up his heat race win. I'm going to go with Brock Hamilton. Oh, 2 heat race winners.
There you go.
Once again, 2 heat race winners going at it.
IMCA Stock Cars first points race here at Antioch Speedway.
And I believe we are going to have all 14 cars start the feature here tonight.
We're just getting started. This is an awesome class. Glad to have them here at Antioch Speedway.
I believe we're just might be missing 1 car.
Taking a look, 13 of the 14 cars made the call to the field. So down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Who's it going to be? Well, we're going to find out here momentarily. 20-lap main event for the IMCA stock cars here. We're going to give them a on-the-go signal this time by.
And it looks like Brock Hamilton, my pick, not making the call here tonight, unfortunately.
Oh, we'll be nice and let you pick someone else.
So it looks like I'm gonna have to go with Garrett Korn, starting on the point.
C29, all righty. Coming around for the green flag this time by Ren Bain on the points. To his outside, Garrett Korn. Picking up speed ever so slightly at turn number 3 and 4. Hard on the gas, green flag in the air. We're racing for the first ever IMCA stock car points race here at Antioch Speedway. That 13 car, kind of dressed up like a military car, gets out and a point first, but here comes that 44 of Austin Van Hoff.
Austin Van Hoff slides across the racetrack, and he's your new leader, Austin Van Hoff. Ren Bain, we're 3 wide down the front
Gallagher
straightaway.
and Gonerman 4 wide in the middle of 1 and 2. They're beating Bain. Gonerman up in the air, broken parts.
It looks like that knocks the hood up on the C29 machine of Garrett Korn, but nevertheless, we are going to stay
Gonerman
clean.
flat tire on the right rear.
Yes, and he woes up the field. Oh, and he's trying to get off the racetrack, and Steven Streeter slides sideways.
That's the one
down the
next
front
of
straightaway,
Steven
and that's gonna
Streeter. Yellow
bring out
flag
a
is
yellow,
out.
yes.
Driver's door sitting right on in the center of the racetrack. Definitely got to throw the yellow there.
And it looks like Joe Gallagher was going to give some pressure to young Austin Van Hoff, as we've seen him coming out of 4.
So that all started, I know the spin happened here on the front straightaway. That started over in turn number 2 last time.
Yeah.
Gonerman, who are the other cars? The 29 car was involved over there. Garrett Korn, you can see a lot of damage on the front end of that car. Gallagher was involved over there. They just 3 and 4 and 5 wide off turn number 2. And yeah, it didn't work out so well for him that time.
Not too good. Looks like we did get 1 lap in.
17 seconds flat last time by, 79.412 miles an hour. A lot of damage on the front end of that 29 car, the C29 of Garrett Korn. Some kind of part rolled off one of the cars. I think Gonerman's car, and ended up on the infield down there in turn number 3 during that whole melee on the backstretch. See if Gonerman can get that car fixed. I know he's got James Thompson and a few others over there helping him work on that race car right now. Lining him back up. Austin Van Hoff, another one that would have been a good pick for the win on that.
It's the 8 car, just so you know, not 6. Gonna give him one more. So I see Gonerman rolling back there, heading back towards staging. So Austin Vanhoff moving up to the IMCA stock cars division this year. Got a very shiny side of that race car. Looks like bare metal. That 44 car, but running well. Austin Vanhoff is. Second, we got the 1 car of Joe Gallagher. Third is a C29 of Garrett Korn. Fourth, the 87. Kellen Chadwick made his way up to the 4 spot. Fifth is the 13 car of Ren Bain. Sixth, Travis Dutra. Seventh is the X car of Rob Gallagher. Eighth, it is the 45 car of Troy Petrie. I'm sorry, Petit. Then to his outside, Michael Shear, the 67 car. Then we got the 1JX of Steven Streeter. To his outside, it is Jay Bryant. At the back of the pack, the 24 car of Devin Vaughn. Like you had mentioned earlier, Joe, Vaughn having trouble last week. He was out here trying to run with the super stocks with that car and blew a motor or something. Wasn't able to compete at all.
And
Dan Gonerman.
Yeah, rolling back onto the racetrack.
All the donuts on the side of that car. Lights out. We're going green flag racing. Vanhoff. Clear racetrack in front of him. Got a hard charging Gallagher on the inside and hard charging Korn to his outside on the second row. 2 down, 18 to go. This 20-lap main event for the IMCA stock cars here at Antioch Speedway.
As they roll slow through 4. Green flags out. Austin Vanhoff gets a nice jump over the field. He goes in the inside. Gallagher down low and looking in the inside down the back straightaway. Here comes Garrett Korn on the outside. Hopefully the hood can hold on.
Up off turn number 4, Austin Vanhoff on the point. Gallagher second. Here comes Korn. He's looking to the outside. Battle for third, or excuse me, battle for second. Into turn number 2. They straighten it out and keep on going down the back straightaway.
Here comes Kellen Chadwick in that 87 machine as he's catfishing on the bottom of the racetrack. And he's now in the top 4. Here comes Travis Dutra as well.
Gallagher dives underneath for the lead. Up off turn number 2. On the inside of Vanhoff. Down into turn number 3 they go. Side by side up off turn number 4. Panning in off each other. Off turn number 4 down the front straightaway. Sideways.
And it looks like across the line, Joe Gallagher was your leader. As here comes Austin Vanhoff, gives him a pinch down the back straightaway. Didn't like that move that Joe Gallagher made on him. And still Gallagher, your leader over Vanhoff and Garrett Korn. Now Kellen Chadwick goes upstairs looking for something as Travis Dutra gets closer to the 87 machine. Still
up off turn number 4. Our leader pushes up the hill just a little bit, does Gallagher.
Yes, and now Korn is looking to the inside, or was looking in the inside of Austin Vanhoff as Austin Vanhoff slides up the racetrack. Oh, Travis Dutra almost had Kellen Chadwick in the inside. Chadwick upstairs trying to rim ride, see if he can get around the C29 machine. And that is just allowing the 22 to inch closer and closer. Now Joe Gallagher encountering lap traffic of the 24 of Devin Vaughn as he gets by the 24 machine as well as the 44.
One call! Got a tire loose.
Yes.
Red flag. Red flag.
Jay
Tire
Bryant.
came off. Jay Bryant's up there in turn number 1.
Red flag is out on the racetrack. Jay Bryant loses a wheel and he's sitting in the center of 1 and 2. Wow, I'm not sure what really happened. All I seen is him just sitting straight into the wall in turns 1 and 2. See if the camera, the replay, have caught anything. I don't think we caught anything on the replay, but wow.
Had a good battle up front. So that car actually did not come off of Jay Bryant. They came off the X of Rob Gallagher. So it was that we went back and forth earlier. It was Joe Gallagher, the one car that flipped on January 2nd.
Rob Gallagher.
Or Rob Gallagher. I'm sorry.
Rob Gallagher is the one that flipped.
It was the one car, right?
XX.
I gotta look at my results here.
And yes, as we see Rob Gallagher sitting in the infield, as you see, tire coming off of that machine.
I gotta remember which one. Well, the X car is out for this one. He's the one who lost the wheel. Falling out of the 4th position up on the scoreboard. I'm sorry, on the My Race Pass app. Hey, shout out to Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair, your best marine repair location out there at 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley. Give them a call at 925-779-0707. Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair, working on internal engines, no outboards. And if you tell them that Antioch Speedway TV is where you heard it, they'll give you a 5% discount. Lights out, going green flag racing. We got Mr. Gallagher, Joe Gallagher, up on the point.
Still 12 laps left on the board as Joe Gallagher leads them around this time. Green flag is out. Garrett Korn giving it a push down the front straightaway as now Garrett Korn is going to move into the 2nd place position. Here comes Kellen Chadwick up top. Kellen Chadwick!
What a run.
Down
He just
the
had
back
off
straightaway, yes! He's in.
Oh, there's Spence in front of the field!
And it looks like Garrett Korn's nose is almost folded underneath the race car. But wow, Joe Gallagher spins and he collects Patty. And that is the 67 machine of Michael Shear. Wow, unfortunate events for the 1 machine. And man, look at the nose on the C29 machine.
Number 1, Joe Gallagher just spun all on his own out of the lead. Up there in 3 and 4.
Looks like his car, no harm, no foul, just a little bit on the right rear quarter. But I still see that car still running as Devin Vaughn, he leads the racetrack in the 24 machine. And, excuse me, the 45 machine of Troy Patty.
Got a lot of damage on that.
Yes, a lot of damage
on
He's
that
going
right
to leave
side.
the racetrack as well.
Lineup is set. Our leader dragging that front bumper.
And such unfortunate events, and that hurts the 87 machine of Kellen Chadwick because he had a run down the back straightaway, which would have put him into that 3rd place position, passing Travis Dutra.
Did you say a couple laps, Richard? Did you say a couple laps or not?
Given the Troy car, the Patty car, a couple laps. Being he was not the cause, he gets a couple laps to work on that back there in the pits. So our leader with a damaged front end on that race car, Garrett Korn. Out of Merced, California, in the C29. In his heat race, he started in the 6th spot, finished in the 2nd spot. Changing the tire on that car in the pits.
Yeah, now he's leading the point. Kind of a busted up race car in the front, but see if he can hold on for the win. He has 2 strong competitors behind him, Austin Van Hoff and Travis Dutra in the 22 machine.
Going to give him the 1 to go signal this time by Austin Van Hoff in the 2nd spot. He started in his heat race first and finished 2nd. He lost the position there.
Yeah, and it looks like Fabulous Bob's going to give him the 1 to go signal. And we are going to get set to get this thing back underway. Still 11 laps to be ran, a lot of laps to go. We're going to see what happened.
9 down, 11 to go. Austin Van Hoff, winner of his heat race, the heat race last time out. in January. That's a fast race car.
Yes, as well as to his outside, Travis Dutra. As green flag is out. Austin Van Hoff is the commanding leader in that second place position. Kellen Chadwick tries to squeeze in the inside. He gets passed by Travis Dutra. Now he goes upstairs. Garrett Corrin has that inside on lock right now, trying to block the rest of the field. Kellen Chadwick moving all over the racetrack. He knows it is go time as we are now 10 laps in, 10 laps to go.
Chadwick up to third. Here comes Travis Dutra. He's setting his sights on the 29 of Garrett Corn. Into turn number 4. Corn gets just a little bit loose. Not close enough is Travis Dutra to make a move. Working that low line while Chadwick working the high side. Coming up off turn number 2. Travis Dutra goes high. Nothing doing that time. But here comes Dutra. He gets in the back of Garrett Corn.
But Kellen Chadwick's ripping the lip on the racetrack. He's found something up top. And he's making his move with 8 laps to go. They're all over on the rear of the C29 of Garrett Corn.
Chadwick had to get on the brakes going down the back straightaway. He had such a run up off turn number 2 at the line. It's Garrett Corn by about a foot. Travis Dutra down on the low side, battle for lead in turns 1 and 2. Up off turn number 2, Garrett Corn gets the advantage. Here comes Chadwick on the outside of Dutra. Into turn number 3, that battle for second, side by side. Coming up off turn number 4, Dutra pushes up the hill, give it to Chadwick. He sets his sights now on that 29 car.
Oh boy, we got us a race going on here with 6 laps to go as Garrett Corn still holds on to the lead. Here comes Kellen Chadwick on the high side. He's ripping the lip around 4. We've got Corn, we've got Chadwick, Dutra, and here comes Austin Van Hoff back into the mix.
How do you hit your marks with your hood up like that? Corn doing a great job. Smoke coming out of one of the cars further back in the track.
And like I said, he's catfishing on the bottom. Does Kellen Chadwick have anything for him? We go across the line, 4 laps to go. Kellen Chadwick upstairs, Travis Dutra in the inside as they go down the back straightaway.
Another one of those great runs off the turn number 2 for Chadwick that time.
And we're going to come across the line, 3 laps to go. And Chadwick is ripping up there as we see the brakes blowing on the C29 machine. But he has a fantastic run coming off of 2. Travis Dutra getting back into the mix in the inside of Kellen Chadwick as they drag down the front straight away and give it to Dutra. He's taking that second place position. His nose digs into the racetrack. He slides up into the front of the 87 of Kellen Chadwick.
1.5 laps to go. Garrett Corn up off turn number 4. Dutra is getting ever so closer. Chadwick clawing back just a little bit by a car length down into turn number 1. White flag in the air. Dutra almost into the back of Corn. He pushes up the hill off turn number 2. Here he comes down the back straightaway. Chadwick on his rear bumper into turn number 3. Side by side. Are they going to come up off that way? Check it. Flag in the air. Garrett Corn's going to win.
Travis Dutra second. Kellen Chadwick goes back to the 3rd place position. Austin Van Hoff 4th, and that is going to give Dan Gonnerman is going to get the 5th and final, the 5th place position. Wow, what a fantastic race we had for our IMCA stock car feature. Your winner out of Merced, California in the C29 is going to be Garrett Corn.
Working my way down the victory lane. Garrett Corn. Climbing out, surveying the damage. Taking the helmet off. Garrett, come on over. very first IMCA stock car points race here at Antioch Speedway. You had to earn that, man.
Yeah, that first initial start was pretty rough for us. I got sandwiched in between two cars, and I thought our night was actually done there. And then yellows keep coming out, and we just ended up getting lucky, able to sneak underneath everyone and able to get it done. The car's ugly, but I don't care. We brought the win home.
So how were you able to see your spots? I mean, your hood was flapping in the breeze from the very beginning of the race.
Well, luckily my little rock screen up there is broken too, so that thing was flapping out of the way, and I couldn't see much, but I could see just enough to get to the white tires and just rail right around those things.
So who helped you get this race car on the racetrack every week?
I got a lot of people to thank. First foremost, Ryland Racing. I started running this car. This is a home-built car. They turned this car around 180%. I've never had this much speed out of it. I got to thank Shannon Pump, Jones RV, Brianna and Nick Sagmiller. Without them, I mean, I couldn't even be here. My fiance Taylor, my in-laws, just Grandma and Grandpa Patterson, everybody. Wow, can't believe that we won this thing like this.
Travis Dutra has given you a lot of pressure down on the low side, especially down in turns 1 and 2, kind of giving you the old plastic chrome horn.
Yeah, I tried my best to hold him off. I tried to give him some room, but I knew that the moisture wasn't very high up there in 1 and 2, so we definitely had to go in there rubbing a little.
Congratulations, taking on the win here tonight, Garrett Corton.
Thank you.
Garrett taking home the win in the IMCA stock car main event here for this beautiful Saturday night of racing here at Antioch Speedway.
Yes, once again, congratulations to Garrett Korn on his win in the IMCA stock cars. As we turn our heads now to our IMCA Northern Sport Mods as we get set 25 laps. Row number 1 in the 38 machine, that is going to be Casey Keller. And to his outside is going to be the 11 machine of Joey Ferguson.
Row number 2, the 38H of Haley Gomez. And the 17B, that's Kevin Brown.
And in your third row in the 96 machine, that is going to be Jim Giovanni. And to his outside is going to be the Iceman, number 12, Tommy Frazier.
In row number 4 on the inside, it's the 10 car, Guy Allworth, and the 8 car of Aaron Farrell on the outside in that 8 starting spot.
And in your fifth row is going to be the 27S machine of Dwayne Short. And to his outside is going to be the 7J machine, picking up the win last week, Fast Freddie Ryland.
In your 6th row, the 38A of Todd Gomez starts in that 11th starting spot with Tommy Climans in the 19C to his outside.
And in your 7th row is going to be the 15P machine of Kid Smooth, Andrew Pearson. To his outside is going to be the 127 of Jacob Mallet Jr.
Tyler Bannister starts inside of row number 8 in that 15th starting spot with Mark Garner in the 76 car starting 16th.
And in your 9th row is going to be the 33P machine of Gavin Espino, and to his outside is going to be the 2C machine of Trevor Climans.
And in our final row, back in the 10th row, 19th, it's Chris Falkenberg in the 3C and Chuck Golden in the 112 starting in the 20th spot.
20 drivers, 25 laps as we get set to go for our IMCA Sport Mods. First points race of the year for these guys.
He's supposed to stand in front of his car. Keep an eye on it next time.
1 to go, signal being at starter stand. "25 laps is the main event for the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds here tonight, and Casey Keller, a dangerous person to have on the point, and you get to pick first.
Oh, let's go with
Man, you're kicking my butt tonight.
the 12, Iceman. As we get set,
I'm going 38.
green flag is out in the air. IMCA Northern Sport Mod action underway. Casey Keller in the inside. And here comes Kevin Brown on the outside as he's going to dive into the inside. He's going to go down low. Here comes the 12 of Tommy Fraser. He moves into the second place position already as he sets his sights on the 38 of Casey Keller. Oh, as Haley Gomez, she gets into the tractor
One car
tire.
going slow in the back. That is a 96 of Jim DiGiovanni. Having a problem pulls to the inside.
Green flag is going to stay out as it looks like Ferguson's having some trouble as he's dropping back down the field. Guy Allward is making his move as he gets by Aaron Farrell and the 8 machine as he is now in that 5th place position.
Casey Keller down to turn number 1 first. He has the lead. One car, fast Freddie Ryland going up way up high. Guy Allward followed him in that 4th and 5th spots. But up front, it is Casey Keller in that 38 car. Comes up off turn number 4. The Iceman, Tommy Fraser, Kevin Brown, fast Freddie Ryland, and Guy Allward rounding out your top 10. Then we have the 8 car of Aaron Farrell in that 6th spot. Todd Gomez worked his way up to 7th. Andrew Pierce in the 9th spot, or 8th spot. Then we have the, looks like the 151 of Tyler Bannister and Helen Haley Gomez.
Yes,
rounding out your top 10.
Yes, Mr. Smooth, Andrew Pierce is making a move as he was in that 13th starting position, now in the 8th position. He is moving and he's on the rear deck lid of the 38A machine of Todd Gomez. Everybody gravitating to the bottom of the racetrack so far, your top 5 cars, as now Casey Keller is going to encounter locked traffic, and that's going to allow Tommy Fraser to inch closer to the 38 machine.
Casey Keller now into lap traffic. He's got Chuck Golden right in front of him trying to get around him, but he's got Dwayne Short to the outside, so nowhere to go there. Jim DiGiovanni behind him.
Yellow is
turn
out.
number 4.
And it looks like that is Chris Falkenberg, Joey Ferguson, and I believe that is the 127 of Jacob Mallet Jr. as well, all stopped in turn 4. Oh, and it
Chris
looks like
Falkenberg.
Dwayne Short kind of slid down the back straightaway.
Chris Falkenberg is the cause for that event accident up there in turn 4. Casey Keller on the point. He actually likes seeing this yellow flag because he had a whole bunch of slower traffic up in front of him. Tommy Fraser there in 2nd. Kevin Brown in the 3rd spot. Fast Freddie Ryland and Guy Allward rounding out your top 5. Everybody moving lower on the racetrack as that's where the moisture is. That's what they're looking for right now is the moisture. So
Yeah, it's a good thing that Casey seeing the yellow, but then it's also a bad thing because you do have the number 12 machine of Tommy Fraser, and Tommy is no slouch when it comes to getting around this racetrack.
yeah, he's got a lot of big hitters right behind him, that's for sure. Fast Freddie Ryland winner last week. He has worked his way all the way up to 4th already after starting in the 10th spot in 6 laps.
And talking about mover, the biggest mover on the racetrack right now would have to be the 15P of Kid Smooth, starting in the 13th position. He is now already sitting in, I believe it is 7th. 8th position, I'm sorry, 8th position is Andrew Pierce.
Andrew with issues earlier in the evening, got those fixed and had to make his way to the main event through the B main. Lights out, we're going to green flag racing this time by Casey Keller on the point. Tommy Fraser chooses the low side, puts Kevin Brown on the high side. Fast Freddie and Guy Allward in row number 3. Green flag back in the air. Down the front straightaway. Casey Keller into turn number 1 all by himself. And here comes Kevin Brown. He's looking to the outside, but he's losing a little bit of ground where Tommy Fraser goes high.
And we had a little stack up a little bit as now Tommy Fraser solidifies his space in that second place position. Here comes Fred Ryland now looking in the inside of Kevin Brown, as well as Guy Allwards upstairs searching. He wants to get racy. He wants to move up top. Kevin Brown slowed a little bit up top. Here comes Todd Gomez as well.
Brown goes down low. He goes underneath the tires with that left front, trying to get underneath Fast Freddie Ryland. Nothing doing. Here comes Guy Allward underneath him. Battle for fourth into turn number 3, side by side, while Casey Keller just keeps pulling away. Tommy Frazier has Fast Freddie Ryland on his rear bumper as Freddie looks underneath, coming through turns 1 and 2, but Frazier closes the door.
And it looks like Casey Keller's kind of moving and pushing away from the 12 machine. As I said earlier, they're all searching.
Whoa! Spins in turn number 1.
Tyler Bannister sits in between 3 and 4. Now he's going to bring out our second caution of this main event here tonight.
That's always scary when they're sitting sideways like that with the driver's door exposed.
Yes, it is. Luckily, fortunate, nobody did get collected or hit him as well. That is going to bunch the field back up once again behind the 38 machine. And this time, Fred Ryland is now sitting in that third place position behind Tommy Frazier.
Close. That would not have been a bad choice either, Fast Freddie. You can never count him out.
We have all of our hitters mostly racing up front. Casey Keller, Tommy Frazier, Fred Ryland, Kevin Brown, Guy Allward, Todd Gomez, and Andrew Pierce.
Last lap of 15:87 on the stopwatch, 85.066 miles an hour for Casey Keller. Man, I don't see a scratch, a dent, or anything on that car. That car is clean right now.
As well as we can't forget about our last year's track champion having to come through the B, Trevor Climans.
Worked his way up to the 8th spot right now. He's got Mark Garner also having a good run. He's up to 9th. After Garner started in the 16th spot. 15 laps remain in this 25-lap main event. Going to double them up. Tommy Frazier's going to choose the low side once again. Man, that's dangerous, putting Fast Freddie on the high side.
Yeah, Fast Freddie is, and he's searching, it looks like, on the caution laps as well, but we seen him upstairs making his passes in the race. So let's see how this pans out for the 12 machine.
Look at those big hitters up there. You got Casey Keller. You got
Guy
Frazier.
Allward. Yes.
Allward, Ryland, Gomez. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air, and there he goes already. Fred Ryland goes upstairs, and he's gonna get pitched off down the back straightaway. Still, Casey Keller holds the lead. Frazier gravitates back to the inside. Guy Allward's upstairs as well. Here comes the young man, Andrew Pierce, looking inside of Guy Allward.
3 wide through turns 1 and 2. Gomez on the low side, Pierce on the high side, but Allward just rockets off turn number 2 down the back straightaway.
Oh yes, he has a red rocket ship here tonight, and he's trying to charge up to the front as he's behind the number 12 of Tommy Frazier. Oh, Guy Allward slips up the racetrack and is going to lose 1 position. Still, he powers off at turn 2.
Kevin Brown shuts the door. Allward had to get out. Pierce and Allward get together. Going into turn number 3.
Yes, that allows Todd Gomez to get by young Andrew Pierce.
3 wide, coming off turn number 2. Pierce on the low side, Allward on the high side.
Oh, and it looks like we have somebody stopped on the racetrack. That is Aaron Farrell in turn 1 in the number 8 machine. In the 8 machine, as he slows and he comes to a stop in turn 1.
Farrell started 8th in the main event. He finished 3rd in his heat race, transferring directly after starting 2nd. Out of Escudero, California.
Yes, we have 13 laps down, 12 to go. Still leading the charge is the 38 machine of Casey Keller.
As Casey Keller, Fast Freddie Ryland, Tommy Frazier. Kevin Brown in that 4 spot, 5th is Guy Allward, 6th, Andrew Pierce, 7th, Todd Gomez, 8th, Trevor Kleiman's 9th. Mark Garner 10th. Tommy Kleiman's 11th. It is the 151 of Tyler Bannister. 12th to 33 of I can say that.
Espino.
Thank you. That was a tongue twister for me. Behind him, it's Faulkner, then Haley Gomez. Then we got Chuck Golden. Then we have the 11 car of Joe Ferguson, the 127 of Jacob Mallet Jr., the 96 of Jim DiGiovanni, and the 27S of Dwayne Short, hearing he may have lost an exhaust system.
Yeah, he had such a good run tonight. Sucks to see him on the tow truck.
As they pull Aaron Farrell's car off the racing surface.
Aaron Farrell out of Atascadero, California. Did you by chance happen to know where Atascadero's at, located?
South of here, somewhere.
Okay.
I do believe.
That's been on my mind all night long, so.
Yep, hearing over the radio, 27S of Dwayne Short has no exhaust. I do believe he will be getting the black flag because of that. Casey Keller on the point. Fast Freddie Ryland chooses the low side, puts Tommy Frazier on the high side. Kevin Brown, this helps Kevin out. He has some breathing issues, and when they get those long green flag runs, it actually, he's not breathing much when he's driving under race conditions. So these yellow flags actually help out that 17P. Guy Allward sitting on the outside of row number 3. Lights are out. We're going to green flag racing. Kid Smooth in the 15P. Inside row 4 to his outside, Todd Gomez.
And green flag is out. The 38. Casey Keller leads the herd going into.
Frazier gets up the hills, almost loops it.
But he saves it. He saves it. Then 3 wide down the back straightaway. Wow. It's Frazier, Allward, and the 17 of Brown.
How they didn't stack things up more than that, I don't know. But great job, Casey Keller, still on the point.
And somehow Guy Allward is now in that 3rd place position as he's banging on the bumper of the 7J of Fred Ryland.
Casey Keller up off turn number 4. Fast Freddie Ryland in his wheel tracks, but about 3 car lengths back. Then you have Guy Allward right on the wheel back bumper of Fast Freddie. Allward slips up. Frazier underneath Allward coming up off turn 2. They touch. Smoke comes up from those 2 cars. Down into turn number 3. Allward pushes up the hill. Frazier takes that 3rd spot.
Frazier takes that 3rd spot. Frazier wants to get racy as we have 9 laps still to be ran. Can Fred Ryland hunt down the 38 machine? He's been leading this race the whole way. As we have a battle between the 12 and the 10. Now the 17B of Kevin Brown. And where did the 2C of Trevor Kleiman come from? As he is now into that 6th place position, trying to get by the 17 of Kevin Brown.
Kid Smooth, Andrew Pierce falling back. Something wrong with that 15P car. He's lost about 5 or 6 positions in the last couple laps. Up front, we got a battle for the lead. Fast Freddie pushes up the hill. He was right on the rear bumper of Casey Keller, and on the exit of turn number 2, suddenly that car pushed like a dump truck, and he lost about 4 car lengths. Coming up off turn number 4, Keller's car not handling the way he wants it to. That car looks like it's getting loose off the exit of the turn.
Yes, it could be going away from him, and now the 7J, he's a quiet assassin as he's cut down the 38 machine. Slowly but surely reeling him in. He's got the fish hooks out there. And now he goes back upstairs as we were talking about earlier, and he's getting a run off of 2 down the back straightaway. He goes upstairs once again. Casey Keller downstairs, bottom feeding on the racetrack.
Coming up, 4 to go this time by as they cross the line. Casey Keller running the low line. High side, that's the Fast Freddie Ryland car, the 7J. So far, he's not able to reel him in. He gets a great shot off turn number 2, but is not running through the turns as well as Casey Keller is on that low side. Keller now heading into lap traffic. Chuck Golden to his high side.
And look at the number 12. The number 12 might have a little something for our 2nd place car of Fast Freddie Ryland. As like you said earlier, Casey Keller now encountering lap traffic. as he has to get around them quickly as possibly, as he knows the 7J could be nipping at his heels.
2 to go.
2 to go.
Coming around to the white flag this time.
White flag's going to be displayed for Casey Keller. He has to get through some lap traffic. A few more corners around the racetrack. Oh, Fraser at the inside of Fred Riley. Here comes Fred Riley down the back straightaway. He goes upstairs. He goes upstairs, but Casey Keller is going to win the feature here tonight. Second is going to go to Fred Riley. Third to the Iceman, Tommy Frazier. Fourth to Guy Allward. And fifth is going to go to the
Kevin
17
Brown, I believe,
of
yeah.
Kevin Brown. Wow, what a fantastic main event we had here tonight.
Last lap of 16:95, 79.64, 6 miles an hour. Casey Keller had to earn it, and he did. With that, head down for victory lane.
Head down for victory lane, but once again, our winner in our IMCA Northern Sport Mod feature here tonight is going to be the 38 machine out of Tracy, California. That is going to be Casey Keller.
Casey Keller going across the scales. Now heading towards victory lane. Climbing out of the race car, Casey Keller, tonight's winner of the IMCA Northern Sports Modified main event.
Finally.
Looking at his race car, man, I don't see a mark on it other than some mud and dirt. Come on out, Casey. Go ahead and stand out over here if you would. Casey Keller, winner of tonight's IMCA Northern Sports Modified main event here at Antioch Speedway. You led all the way almost, but you had to fight for it. You had some pressure from behind.
Yeah, no, I knew I had a strong group of cars behind me. I knew they were coming. I just had to hit my marks and keep this thing going, you know?
How did you keep this thing so clean? I mean, all you got is some mud marks. You don't have any dents that I can see.
Hey, new body, new wrap. That's how I like to keep it, at least for now.
You always run strong when you're here at Antioch Speedway. How was the track for you tonight?
It was great. I mean, it was good. It was technical. You know, had some slick spots, had some heavy spots. It was a nice track, smooth. It was nice. It was good.
Fast Friday giving you a lot of pressure. He was working the high side. You were working the low side a couple times. He had a rocket shot off turn number 2, but you were coming up and blocking his way. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Oh yeah, I knew he was there. I saw him on the leaderboard. I saw the heavy track on the top. I knew that's where he was probably going. I had something working that was good on the bottom, and so until someone challenged me, I didn't really have to move off my line, and I figured they were going to be there, so after those restarts, I'd move up a little higher in that line.
Who helps you get this race car get this race car on the racetrack every week?
I can't thank these sponsors enough. I have Sub Dynamic Locating. They just stepped on this year. Kira Wright, they've been with me since I built this car. They are the best sponsor I could ask for. DeSilva Underground Construction down there, another new one on this year. All these guys, this whole side of this car right here, awesome companies, awesome guys.
Casey Keller, winner of tonight's IMCA Sports Modified main event. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir. All right, with that, we got one more main event to go, Joe, and we're going modified racing up next.
Yes, we are. We're going modified racing, but I want to give another congratulations to Casey Keller on his feature win here tonight. But as we get set to turn our heads to IMCA modified feature racing, 30 laps for these guys as we get set. Row number one.
Competition. I picked you to win.
Row number one.
Yeah, I'll take those 3 points tonight. I needed them because you kicked my butt in the first two. All right, with that, IMCA modified starting lineup. Look out! This is a guy going to be tough to beat. Aaron Crowell in the 29C starting on the point. Danny Malfatti in the 55D starting outside the front row.
And in your second row is going to be the 92 of Dylan Schreiner, and to his outside is going to be the 83 of Kellen Chadwick.
Jim Pettit starts in the 5th spot in the inside row 3 to his outside. Randy Schaefer in the 28G.
And in your fourth row is going to be the 49 of Tricky Troy Folger, and to his outside is going to be the U81 of Bobby Motts.
The 19K of Buddy Niss. Inside row number 5 in that nice starting spot with Jake Dewsbury in the 2JD starting in the 10th spot.
And in your sixth row is going to be the 2 of Bobby Hogue, the 4th, and to his outside is going to be the 71 of Dylan Thornton.
Nick DiCarlo in the 17 car, starting 13th inside row 7 with Clark Guglielmone in the 22G, starting 14th.
And in your 8th row is going to be the 88P of Carl Berenson, and to his outside is going to be the 228 of Jeff Brown.
Matthew Hagiau in the 30 car, actually the 14H, or no, in the 30 car, normally the 14H, starts in the 9th row inside to his outside, John Pearson, the 80 car.
And in your 10th row is going to be the B4 of Bobby Montalvo, and to his outside is going to be the 42 of Paul Cope.
Out back, it's the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Oretta in the 11th row all by himself in that 21st starting spot.
And want to give some quick birthday shout-outs to young Aiden Perifka, just turned 10 years old, as well as our 88P racer, the Bullet, Carl Berenson, turning the big 40-4-0. I'm going to give a little birthday shout-outs to you two.
Happy birthday, Aiden and Carl. All right, 30-lap main event for the IMCA Modifieds, and I get to pick first, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, Modifieds. I am going to pick, man, there's a lot of good names here.
I'm waiting for you to say it, so say you're going to take the 83.
I'm thinking about it, but then I'm also looking at that number 2 car. He is tough to beat here when it's time to go. I'm going to go Bobby Hogue.
Bobby Hogue, okay. You know what? I'm going to stick to my boy, the crazy man, Aaron Crowell, 29C, is going to take home the dub tonight.
That is not a bad pick either. This is a tough one.
As we get set, IMCA Modified, main event racing. The lights are out. We're going to get set, 30 laps to go. Aaron Crowell brings them slow down the back straightaway into 3, coming out of 4. As we get set, green flag is out.
Down the front straightaway to turn number 1. Aaron Crowell down on that low side, but here comes Danny Malfatti on the high side, running around the outside, and Kellen Chadwick right there with him as Aaron Crowell falls back to the 2nd spot with Chadwick to his outside. That high side paying off for Chadwick. He picks up the 2nd spot.
Chadwick ripping the lip like he was in the stock car as he looks into the inside of McFaddy. As here comes Jim Pettit. As we got a whale of cars moving around throughout the field.
The leader starts beat, bang up off turn number 4. Malfatti, Chadwick.
Oh, Kellen Chadwick's going to force his way in the inside, and he's going to be your new leader down the back straightaway. Over McFaddy.
4 wide off turn number 2.
Wow, they're moving feverishly throughout the field. Troy Folger, Bobby Hogue.
Here they come, up through the field. Tricky Troy, Bobby Hogue. Jake Dewsbury slides up the hill.
4 wide! Wow, 4 wide going into the back straightaway. Quick pick, Bobby Motts and John Pierce. Oh! And it looks like Buddy Niss spins, and he collects the 17 machine of Kellen Chadwick. Wow. Yellow flag is out as we are 4 laps into this main event.
That all started, I'm hearing over the radio, from Jake Dewsbury. Jake Dewsbury started that, hearing over the radio from the officials in the corners. Involving Buddy Niss, one of them. Hey, thanks for tuning in. One more time, I want to say thanks for tuning in to AntiochSpeedway.tv. Antioch Speedway TV on the air, live and direct from Antioch, California. Big shout out to JVC Cameras, JVCKenwood.com. They're providing Antioch Speedway TV with a beautiful camera. Can't wait for seeing how that turns out. We just got it. We got to play with it a little bit and get it back in, or get it into the rotation. But if you're looking for a camera, check out JVC Cameras at JVCKenwood.com. At JVCKenwood.com. Thank you very much for the awesome camera we have now for Antioch Speedway TV. Oakley Stern Drive and Engine Repair. Best marine repair place around. Their number is 925-779-0707. 925-779-0707. They are located at 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley. And if you mention you heard this on Antioch Speedway TV when you go get service done, they will give you a 5% discount just for saying, hey, we heard about you on Antioch Speedway TV. That's the place to be for all the racing action live and direct from Antioch, California. We'll be back next week with the Wing 360 Sprint Cars, the Hobby Stocks, the Mini Stocks, and the Super Stocks. That's all next Saturday, March 27th. I can't believe we're talking about the end of March already, Joe.
Yeah.
But that means we're coming up on that April 3rd date, which is the best day of the year so far. Fans in the stands. Buy your tickets online at myracepass.com. Look up Antioch Speedway. That's where you buy your race tickets. I can't wait. And on that night, you're going to see the same cars you saw here tonight. The IMCA Modifieds, the IMCA Sport Modifieds, the IMCA Stock Cars, and the Dwarf cars. It is going to be an awesome night of racing, and we're going to have fans in the stands. I can't wait. Kellen Chadwick on the point. Danny Malfatti second. Aaron Crowell third. Jim Pettit fourth. And in that fifth spot, it is a 28 of Randy Schaefer, the 28G. Behind him, the 71 car of Dylan Thomas. Jake Dewsbury has been put to the back of the pack for causing that yellow flag.
I'm trying to figure out the lineup real quick before we let these guys loose.
Got to get quick Nick DiCarlo back behind the U81 of Bobby Motts. Last green flag lap was a 15.40 second lap. That's 87.662 miles an hour for Kellen Chadwick. See, I should have. We'll find out. Chadwick in the white car tonight. Danny Malfatti in the second place, 55D. Jim Pettit, winner last time out on January 2nd here at Antioch Speedway. 2020 West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame inductee. Going to double them up. Got the lineup set. Turn the lights off next time by. Give him the one to go signal. The magic green flag in the air from Fabulous Bob. Why is it magic, you say? Well, because every time he does that, next time they come around, they hit the loud pedal and go fast. Light is out. Kellen Chadwick. Danny Malfatti chooses the low side. Puts Aaron Crowell on the high side. Looks like Chadwick right now starting higher in row number one. Not all the way up. Coming around. Green flag in the air. Chadwick off turn number 4. Gets a good run down the front straightaway to turn number 1. Here comes Malfatti. He picks up that second spot. Jim Pettit gets underneath Aaron Crowell. Side by side down the back straightaway.
Side by side down the back straight. He's lurking in the inside. He's going to try to make an aggressive move on Crowell. Crowell's going to say no as they drag down the front straightaway, and he's going to have to give up the position. Here comes,
He crosses over. Tricky Troy loops the 28 car.
Yes, he does not get off the gas.
Yellow flag back out. But the Tricky Troy spun out Randy Schaefer coming through turn number 2.
And that is the 28G of Randy Schaefer that is sitting there parked in turns 2 as he started to get around, and looks like the 49 kind of finished him off. But that is going to put the 49 now sitting into the top 5 as he sits now behind the
Tricky Troy getting put to the back for that instance. So Kellen Chadwick on the point. In the second spot is Danny Malfatti. Jim Pettit, who was having a great battle with Aaron Crowell. Crowell, after Pettit passed him going into turn 1, Crowell crossed over, tried to get underneath him coming up off turn number 2, and then the yellow flag came out. Should be the 22G of Clark Guglielmone in that 5th spot. 6th will be the 71 of Dylan Thornton. Bobby Motch Jr. in the 8th spot. 9th will be Bobby Hogue. 10th will be Quick Nick DiCarlo. Waiting on Tricky Troy to get to the back of the pack. He's got a bunch of body damage on that 49 car on the right side there. Kellen Chadwick on the points. Danny Malfatti takes the low side, puts Jim Pettit on the high side. In row 2, Texas style restart. Row 3 is Aaron Crowell on the inside. Then the 22G of Clark Guglielmone to his outside. Row 4 is the 71 car of Dylan Thornton. Bobby Motch Jr. to his outside. Bobby Hogue, Quick Nick DiCarlo in the next row. Then we've got that Paul Cook, the 42 car. 42? Stand corrected.
Yeah.
92, Dylan Schreiner.
And let's remember, with all this action going on, we are only just 6 laps into this feature event. 30 laps to be ran still as the lights go out. As cars roll down the back straightaway, the 83 hikes up the rear end of that race car as he gets set to whip it off of 4. Green flag drops. And there goes Kellen Chadwick. Oh, and we have a little bubble up in the rear in the middle of the pack.
Chadwick gets a heck of a shot every time on
But
those
that
restarts.
gives Carl Berenson as he makes a few moves through the field. And we are 4 wide as Bobby Hogue in the inside of Bobby Motch. Nothing changed for our order up front.
Guglielmone spins right in front of Bobby Hogue.
And he's
Carl
going to
Berenson.
keep it going. Oh! Paul Colt and John Pierce, or I'm sorry, yes, John Pierce go around. And that brings out the yellow flag once again.
Last lap of 15:58 on the stopwatch, 86.650. Last lap speed for Kellen Chadwick. '42 car. Paul Culp out of Oregon, Crestwell, Oregon. Oak Grove is his home track. Ran in Heat 2, started 7th, finished 7th. He had trouble in his heat race. Had to come through the B main. Jim Pettit up to that 2nd spot now. He's working his way forward.
Yeah, and I would say your biggest mover on the racetrack as of right now would have to be the 71 machine of Dylan Thornton, as he sits 5th, starting 12th. And behind him, the other biggest mover on the racetrack is the birthday boy, the 88P of Carl Berenson, as he started 15th.
Clark Guglielmone has moved up 9. He started 14th currently. Computer says 5th, but I guess he's not 5th. Malfatti dropping back 1 spot, putting Aaron Crowell up to that 3rd spot. Still working on getting this lineup set. Don't forget, next Saturday night we are racing with the Wing Sprint cars. Young Dylan Bloomfield going to make his Antioch Speedway debut in the Wing Sprint car after having a very successful wingless sprint car rookie season, finishing 2nd in points with 2 main event wins. Hobby stocks will be here next Saturday night. Mini stocks will be back, and the super stocks will all be here for your racing enjoyment on March 27th, all on Antioch Speedway TV. Lights out. We're going green flag racing. Kellen Chadwick. Jim Pettit goes low, puts Malfatti on the high side.
And here comes Kellen Chadwick once again. He rolls him slow as he rolls off the bottom this time.
Yeah, he's going to say that. Oh! Pettit and Malfatti get together. Pettit hops the wheel.
And Aaron Krause creeping on the bottom. Oh, as he has Dylan Thornton in his inside. Dylan Thornton like a rocket ship.
One car spins around. Culp spins around in turn number 2 all by himself. He keeps it.
Oh, and it's broken. He is stalled in the center of the racetrack. Whoa, we have McFaddy Pierce, and it looks like Montalvo as well, sitting all right here on the front straightaway.
Buddy's involved.
Yes, Buddy was involved. Wow, his car is destroyed. It looks like the front side of that race car.
Major damage on that 19 car. Bobby Montalvo. Quick Nick DiCarlo's got a lot of damage on the right rear of that car.
And he's going to leave the racetrack, it looks like. The 17 machine.
Somebody lost a spring in a spring bucket. I'm assuming it's from Malfatti. Heard race director Rich just said we're going to do a single file restart now, as we are only 8 laps into this 30-lap main event for the IMCA Modifieds.
Yeah, unfortunate. The 28G machine of Randy Schaefer looks like his car's just been shredded like a can opener, as you see on the right side of that machine. It looks like we have another driver that's going to pull it off the racetrack. That's going to be the 42 machine of Paul Culp, as he's going to take it to the pits.
He's the one who spun over in turn number 2 in a separate incident.
Yeah.
From this front straightaway deal. It's Kellen Chadwick on the point. Jim Pettit 2nd. Aaron Crowell is going to move up to the 3rd spot after Malfatti ends up in the wall of the front stretch. Lineup is set. So 4th will be Dylan Thornton, and 5th, Bobby Hogue's got him worked his way up to the 5th spot. Clark Guglielmone up there in the 6th spot. Bobby Motts Jr. in the U81 in 7th. 8th is Carl Berenson. 9th is Matt Hagiel. 10th is going to be the 92 of Dylan Steiner. 11th will be Tricky Troy Folger. 12th is going to be the Randy Schaefer car. 13th is the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Arena. 14th. Jake Dewsbury. 15th is the 80 car of John Pierce. Then we got the 228 of Jeff Brown and the B4 of Bobby Montalvo. That front bumper barely holding on Buddy Niss's car there on the front straightaway.
Yeah, some nasty carnage he has on that race car. Unfortunately, he'll end his night here tonight.
Last time double file restart. After this, we will go single file, Harry. The lights are out. It's going green flag racing next time by. Kellen Chadwick out in the point. Jim Pettit second. Aaron Crowell in the third spot. Dylan Thornton in the fourth spot. Fifth is Bobby Hogue.
Once again, Kellen Chadwick brings him around the inside. He gets a good start. Jim Pettit has a little better start. Here comes Bobby Hogue on the outside. He's like a rocket ship down the back straightaway. He's going to set sail up top again. Let's see what he has upstairs over Jim Pettit. Jim Pettit blocks the outside. He pulls up the number 2 machine.
This track is coming to Bobby Hogue. This is getting to be more like the dry slick that he likes. One car leaves the racetrack. Looks like the 29 car, or 42 car. Up front, Kellen Chadwick down to turn number 1, working that low line. Bobby Hogue way up top. Trying to get a good run off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Gets right into the outside of Jim Pettit, almost into the back bumper of Jim Pettit. Up off turn number 4, that battle for second. Jim Pettit, Bobby Hogue into turn number 1. Pettit low, Bobby Hogue on the high side.
Bobby Hogue is ripping the lip of this racetrack as he dives into the inside of Jim Pettit. Jim Pettit puts on a little wall on the two machine. And Bobby Hogue tries up again upstairs. Now Kellen Chadwick has some black traffic as he has the 2 JD of Jake Dewsbury.
Dewsbury spun last time through 3 and 4.
As now he's going to have to go on the outside and get by lap traffic as he's starting to click off some laps here.
Jim Pettit down on the low side, going to have Jake Dewsbury in his way. Here comes Bobby Hogue off turn number 2, down the backstretch into turn number 3. Hogue not able to make it though.
Hogue's not close enough yet. Jim Pettit still holding on. Jim Pettit does have a fast machine. Let's not forget about that. But Bobby Hogue gripping the lip. How long can he do this for? Once again, he tries. No, he stays upstairs.
Man, he gets a shot off that turn 2.
Yes, he does, but he's not close enough to the 6th machine of Jim Pettit. Kellen Chadwick encountering more lap traffic. As we have a best battle on the racetrack, here comes Carl Berenson. Here comes Troy Folger from the tail of the field. Aaron Crow catfishing on the bottom, trying to look for something to see if he can impose him to the 71 machine of Dylan Thornton.
Jeff Brown right in front of Bobby Hogue, going down the backstretch into turn number 3. That battle for second heats up again as Kellen Chadwick all by himself by about a little more than half a straightaway right now. He's working around John Pierce. Here comes Hogue, down on the inside of Pettit through turns 1 and 2. This time he worked the low line. Down into turn number 3. They got the slower car of the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Arena on the high side. Pettit using that advantage to stretch it out just a little bit, but here comes Hogue back, right up on his rear bumper, coming up off turn number 2.
Yes, the lap traffic is getting out of the way, so the second place car of Jim Pettit is not gaining much ground on the 83 machine of Kellen Chadwick. Now there goes Hogue upstairs, and Jim Pettit has the lap car of John Pierce. Still nothing done. He still can't get by his. Oh, Pierce is going to hold up the 2 car. That's going to allow Jim Pettit to get away. Here comes Berenson on the outside of Crow. Crow holds off the 88 and the 49 machine.
The handle on that 29 car seemed to have gone away.
Yeah.
Earlier in the evening.
So slightly it does. And they are pouncing on him. They're trying to drop bombs as a 49 machine. Catfishing on the bottom. We are inside of 10 laps to go. Under 10 laps to go.
That battle we're watching is coming up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Aaron Crowell, Tricky Troy Folger, Carl Barrington up off turn number 4. They got the slower car of Loretta on the outside. Down to turn number 1. Here comes Tricky Troy right on the rear bumper of Aaron Crowell. Nothing doing that time. There's a dry spot over there in turn number 2. They keep kicking up dirt. Coming through.
Oh, and it looks like Crowell pushes up, but still, the 49 machine cannot get by him. And Troy Folger's driving up pretty clean. Not trying to make any dirty attempts on the 29 machine. He's stalking the rear end of the 29. We go back to our leaders. As Kellen Chadwick, nothing changed. He's still your leader. Bobby Holt, Jim Pettit still doing battle for that second place position. Now now Bobby Holt gravitates to the bottom. Couldn't find anything upstairs.
5 laps to go.
5 laps to go. 5 laps to go for the 83 of Kellen Chadwick. Oh, now Bobby Holt goes back upstairs as he's going to try to make a move on Jim Pettit. And no, Pettit still closes the door.
What a battle for second. Going through turns 1 and 2. They got the slower car of Jake Dewsbury on the outside. Dewsbury gets a good run. He stays in there outside. They go down to turn number 3. A lot of traffic coming up right in front of the leaders right now as that battle for second continues down the front stretch into turn number 1.
As always, the 29 machine as he's going to get by the 80
One car spins on the back straightaway.
And that is the
28G
of Schaefer. Oh, Bobby Holt's upstairs once again. 2 laps to go. White flag's going to be displayed for the 83 machine of Kellen Chadwick next time by. He comes around 4 and it's going to be white flag for the 83 machine. And Pettit still holding on to that second place position.
One more time around down the back straightaway. Kellen Chadwick. I should have listened to you and picked him as he comes around through turn number 4. Bobby Montalvo right in front of him.
Your winner of the main event is going to be the 83 of Kellen Chadwick. Second is going to go to Jim Pettit. Third is going to go to Bobby Holt. Fourth is going to go to the 71 of Dylan Thornton. And fifth, rounding out a top 5, is going to be the 29C of Aaron Crowell here tonight. Picking up a top 5 finish, but your winner and your IMCA modified feature here tonight out of Oakley, California is going to be the 83 of Kellen Chadwick.
Head down for victory lane. Kellen Chadwick into victory lane. Taking home another win here at Antioch Speedway. Kellen climbing out. Kellen Chadwick, winner of tonight's IMCA modified main event here at Antioch Speedway. Kellen, man, you had a lot of lap traffic to get through tonight was the main thing for you.
Definitely. No, there was a ton of lap traffic, and then some of them guys don't see the blue flag or they're busy racing with the car next to them, and it gets a little treacherous, kind of hairy sometimes. But I mean, all in all, for the rain we got and whatever else, I mean, the track was in pretty good shape. So, but to start the season off with a win, it's not a bad start.
So what made the difference? What made you change your restart position? The first few restarts, you were starting on the high line, and then you moved down to the bottom on the restarts.
I just felt like I was getting better traction. There's some moisture strip on the bottom. You can kind of get the left rear end. I felt like I can get a better run down the front straightaway. But I passed some lap cars on the top, too. I was able to utilize the top of the racetrack. So, I don't know. This race car, this Vanderbilt car, this thing's been pretty sporty lately. Everybody that helps on this car, A&B Landscape, FYE Motorsports, Speedway Motors Crate Engine, Pro Motorsports, Hoppus Motorsports, Fast Shafts, Performance Bodies, Scott and Jess Foster, Weir's Machine, Jaeger Dental, Gentle Hands Childcare, Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream, everybody that makes this thing go. I can't thank them enough. My kids bust their tail working on this thing for me. I drag them out here every weekend, and they don't complain, you know what I mean? So they're busting their tail, and my wife's back there probably lighting candles on a birthday cake for me, so she's a pretty good trooper, too.
Well, happy birthday.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
25, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it, right? So what happened to your right rear there? You got to look like somebody opened it up with a can opener a little bit.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I'm not real sure when that happened. I passed the 55 car for the lead, and we got together a little bit on the front straightaway here. I thought I was holding my line, but I'm not blaming nobody. But we got together, and I'm thinking maybe it was a result of that.
Kellen Chadwick, winner of tonight's IMCA main event for the Model 5s. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
And Joe, that's going to do it for another night of racing here at Antioch Speedway. What a great night, man. What a great field of cars, from the modifieds to the sport modifieds to the stock cars to the Dwarf cars. Unbelievable racing all night long.
Yeah, fantastic racing from our heat races to our B main event to our features were fantastic. Once again, want to give some huge shout outs to our winner in the Dwarf cars, Danny Wagner, as well as our winner in the stock car feature, Garrett Korn. What a fantastic main event that was. And in our sport mods, give a shout out to Casey Keller on picking up his feature win here tonight, and as well as the birthday boy, Kellen Chadwick, picking up his main event win. And like I said, we had some fantastic features and some fantastic racing here tonight.
Don't forget, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we got the Wing 360 Sprint Cars, the Hobby Stocks, the Mini Stocks, and the Super Stocks, all for your racing enjoyment. Next Saturday, live and direct from Antioch Speedway on Antioch Speedway TV. Don't forget to click and subscribe. That's the place to be, is Antioch Speedway TV. Then in 2 weeks, we get to have you here in the stands. Don't want to miss it. Be here for the IMCA Modifieds, the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds, the IMCA Stock Cars, and the Delta Dwarf Cars. Joe, we got some great racing action coming up all season long here at Antioch Speedway.
Yeah, some fantastic racing. And like we said, most importantly, April 3rd, we are looking forward to having you fans back in the stands with us. And like we said, same classes here tonight. It's going to be a blast, and can't wait to look forward to seeing you guys here sitting with us.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Until next Saturday night here, thanks for watching. Don't forget, this upcoming week, keep an eye on the website, www.antiochspeedway.com, www.antiochspeedway.com, the Facebook, Antioch Speedway by Promotions, antiochspeedway.tv on Facebook, and then, of course, Wiley Wade on Facebook and YouTube, Wiley Wade-Antioch Speedway Announcer. More episodes of Wiley's Race Report coming out as well. Lots of great racing action coming up. You don't want to miss it. Until next week, I'm Wiley Wade.
And I am Joe Peterson.
Thank you for watching. Good night, everybody.